the hall.
박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dignitaries with a round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Hyun, Secretary General of the Kyung Hee University System. It's my honor to serve as the host of the commemorative ceremony of the Peace Bar Festival International Congress, marking the 44th UN International Peace. This event is also conducted as live webcast, connecting on-site and online venues. I extend my thanks to all participants joining us, both online and offline. We will now begin the 44th World Peace Day commemoration ceremony under the theme of the moment of chaos, planetary consciousness, and future politics. Before we begin the main event, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests. First, we have the Honorary Chancellor Jo In-won of Kyung Hee University System. We also have the Kyung Hee University System Board of Trustees also with us. Additionally, heads of various institutions under Kyung Hee System, University System have also attended. We are especially honored to have Ambassador Yantarek of the Czech Republic, Embassy Korea, as well as we have various Director Thomas Deldick, Deputy Director Matti Litter, and also please welcome them with warm round of applause. And from Harvard University, we have Professor Naomi Oreskh, and from Princeton University, Professor John Eikenberry, and Kyung Hee International Foundation and Miwon Peace Prize Foundation members are also joining us online. We also have faculty, staff, and students from institutions under the Kyung Hee University System participating online. We deeply appreciate everyone's participation despite their busy schedules. We'll now begin by inviting to explain about the background of the International Day of Peace by Dr. Kim Won-soo, Senior Advisor to Miwon Peace Institute of Kyung Hee University, System Lecturer of the Global Academy for Future Civilization at Kyung Hee University. He will report on this, I said, on the background progress of designation of International Day of Peace, the International Year of Peace. Dr. Kim has served as UN Secretary General and Under Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, as well as Presidential Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Trade. Please welcome him with warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Won-soo Kim, Senior Advisor of the Miwon Peace Institute of the Kyung Hee University Education System. I'm honored to present a report on the establishment of the International Day of Peace. The International Day and Year of Peace were institutionalized by the UN in 1981. Its origin can be traced back to the 6th General Assembly of the International Association of University Presidents held that same year in San Jose, Costa Rica. At this historic gathering, Dr. Young-sik Cho, the founder of Kyung Hee University System, formally proposed to the UN the establishment of an International Day and Year of Peace. The IAUP adopted this proposal as the Costa Rica resolution and submitted to the UN. On November 30, 1981, during its 36th General Assembly, the UN officially proclaimed the International Day of Peace and International Year of Peace. The UN General Assembly resolution says that the International Day of Peace is established so that all nations and people may commemorate and strengthen the idea of peace. The General Assembly expresses the hope that all member states, UN bodies and agencies and regional organizations, NGOs and individuals everywhere will cooperate with the UN, especially through educational means, to commemorate and renew the meaning of the International Day of Peace. At that time, the UN designated the third Tuesday of September each year as the International Day of Peace. Since 2001, however, the observation has been fixed on September 21st. Each year. Furthermore, the UN proclaimed 1986 as the International Year of Peace. This decision carries profound meaning at the time of intense Cold War confrontation. On January 1, 1986, the U.S. President Ronald Reagan and Soviet General Secretary Gorbachev exchanged New Year's peace messages, which accelerated the momentum of disarmament talks. Subsequently, the agreements on nuclear arms reduction were reached, and international efforts to resolve regional conflicts continued. These developments paved the way for a relaxation of Cold War tensions and created the new atmosphere of peace. When President Gorbachev visited Kyung Hee University in 1994, he remarked that without the International Day and Year of Peace, the peaceful world we enjoy today would not have been possible. This year, on the occasion of the 33rd UN International Day of Peace, we're holding the commemorative event under the theme of the Moment of Chaos, Planetary Consciousness and Future Politics. Following this report, we will have a commemorative address by Dr. Cho In-won, Chairman of the Kyung Hee University System, on the themes of the Moment of Chaos, Pathways of Integral Existence. This will be followed by a keynote address from Professor Naomi Oreskes of Harvard University, entitled From a Global Society to a Planetary Society. And afterwards, Dr. In-won Cho, Professor Naomi Oreskes, and Professor Eikenberry will be engaging in a special dialogue, gathering together for the first time in 5 years since 2020 Peace Bar Festival. The three distinguished speakers will engage in an in-depth discussion on the theme of the Moment of Chaos, Pathways for Planetary Consciousness and Future Politics. This year, on the occasion of the 33rd National International Day of Peace, we're holding a commemorative event under the theme of the planetary consciousness and future politics. And there will be the Havel Dialogue, and we will be discussing the spirit of Bachelor's Havel. And from 3 p.m., there will be the discussions about round tables. We will be having discussions from the perspectives of the elders, the Rome Club, UN, Havel Library, Earth Charter, as well as Raslo Institute of Okayama University. There will be about 8 overseas partner institutions joining us together. We'll be sending out the messages about our efforts for the future generation. On September 20th, on Saturday, the civil organizations, Student Union of the UN, UNESCO Student Association, UN Aspire, and a total of 10 institutions will be participating in various events. The religion, academic, civil societies, and experts, as well as the young generations, will be gathered together to have discussions and creative dialogues for the civility as well as new community. Today's event also serves as a plenary gathering for the World Civic Forum, the World Civic Youth Forum 2026, and the second Miwon Peace Prize Award ceremony. We hope this occasion will be a starting point for bringing together vision and wisdom for the future. The Kyung Hee Educational Foundation will work together with you, and we will sincerely invite you to join us on this path. This concludes my report on the background and progress of the establishment of the International Day of Peace and Year. Thank you.
발표를 해주신 김현수 원장님께 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Next, we'll hear commemorative address by Chancellor of the Kyung Hee University System. Please welcome Chancellor Jo to the podium with warm round of applause.
자리를 함께 해주신
Oh, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be with you today. As you know well, today marks the 44th World International Day of Peace, a day dedicated to honoring the spirit of peace and to envision a sustainable future of humankind. Last year, on the International Day of Peace, a momentous event took place. The Miwon Peace Prize ceremony was held. The elders became the first organization to be honored as the first recipient of that prize. This is their recognition celebrated their unwavering commitment to social equity, climate justice, and global peace, rooted in the reflective humanity of their founder, Nelson Mandela, a spirit that transcended oppression with compassion and a world of spiritual transcendence. The tradition of Kyung Hee may have had different origin, yet we share similar aspiration. The safeguarding of the freedom of thought and conscience, and the global practice of harmonious, autonomous personality values that define humanity's cultural world. Guided by these principles, we have strived to confront some of the civilization's most formidable challenges. The world today calls for even greater effort upon these foundations. Its evolution or collapse. These are the existential questions of our time.
이번 평화의 날 주간에는
During this Peace Week, we aim to confront the chaotic realities facing our planet, to engage in discourse on action for the future, and to seek the conditions for hope. This distinguished representative from domestic international institutions are joining us with us through this event. I'll not be able to maybe extend my personal welcome to all of you personally, individually, but I would like to thank all the 18 institutions for your participation. Thank you very much. I also know that our students are planning group meetings very with dedication, so I wish also them every success. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to the Global Academy of Future Civilizations and to all related institutional partners who made this event possible, as well to the faculty and administrative leaders across Kyung Hee University system. To the members of Kyung Hee community and our alumni in North America, as our MC has also said, is joining us virtually. Your presence is also deeply appreciated. Just last week in Irvine, California, I heard a special event took place. The North American Alumni Association, which had not convened during the COVID pandemic, gathered once again. So, sponsored by the Miwon Peace Foundation and the Kyung Hee International Foundation, the occasion also served as a meaningful effort to support Miwon Peace Prize. I send my congratulations and deepest thanks to all involved. Recently, whenever opportunity arises, I have spoken about the existential threats facing humanity, climate change, nuclear weapons, and this might be unfamiliar to you, but UAP. What UAP is, I will explain a bit later on. I have shared reflections on the existential crisis of our era. Climate, nuclear, UAP. Today, I wish to offer a comprehensive perspective on these rapidly evolving challenges. Last month, Spain endured, it was also reported to the press that it had endured a heat wave with temperatures soaring between 40 and 50 degrees Celsius. In just 2 months, over 1,200 lives were lost. Across Europe, other nations also suffer similar tragic consequences due to climate change. We too faced a lot of hardships during summer in Republic of Korea. Yet when we consider developing countries which remain almost defenseless against climate change, the toll on human lives, properties, and the ecosystem and environment is going to be staggering. Unprecedented heat waves, intensifying storms and floods, droughts, crop failures, shortage of food and water. These crises fuel political and social unrest. The true scale of global damage is difficult to even comprehend. The World Meteorological Organization (WMO) recently delivered a startling revelation. It said that last year the Earth's average temperature exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius in terms of increase. Every day, the planet absorbs heat energy equivalent to 600,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs dropped in 1945. As a result, our atmosphere, oceans, and land continue to overheat. Species are disappearing at an alarming rate, and the Earth's environment grows even more degraded. Meanwhile, government targets for carbon reduction remain distant ambitions yet to be fully realized. So why is this? What lies at the root of this problem? I believe it stems from the logic that has dominated since industrialization, the relentless pursuit of economic growth and development. This logic underpins much of political decision-making, often relegating all other public concerns to a secondary status. Meanwhile, carbon-driven economies and civilizations still persist. Despite centuries of scientific warnings, the great dithering, as meteorologists around the world has warned, that is related to climate inaction continues to this day. So we are living in an unprecedented era of crisis, a time where the threat is total, comprehensive, and undeniable. Global solidarity and cooperation are more essential than ever. Yet, recent as you probably all know, the international developments point in a contrary direction. Military and diplomatic tensions escalate daily. The logic of national interest first and my country above all often supersedes concerns for humanity's shared fate. In recent years, we have heard chilling statements like, for national interests, we would not hesitate to use nuclear weapons. Discussions of potential nuclear World War III have surfaced. On top of an already unparalleled climate crisis, the Earth faces global disorder and looming conflict. Humanity now confronts yet another shock to its existence. 2 weeks ago, a hearing was held in the U.S. Congress on transparency and disclosure, and on one testimony there particularly drew attention. It said in 1967 and 1982, 2 incidents occurred at U.S. and Russian nuclear facilities involving UAPs. They activated nuclear warhead systems and in some cases rendered them inoperable. That's what happened, according to the report. That was as testified by George Webb. So UAP, or unidentified anomalous phenomenon, has been reported in countless sightings, and it has now recently captured public attention as the U.S. government and Congress disclosed some of this event. And over the past 3 or 4 years, we had 3 live-streamed hearings, brought forth testimonies from former military and intelligence officers, naval admirals, Pentagon, UAP investigators, and NASA officials. This has, as I said, drawn much attention. It says, we are not alone in the universe. UAPs are real. Reports indicate that crashed UAPs contain non-human intelligence. So we have received such reports. These are the details of these testimonies. And since then, new claims emerged suggesting UAP interference with nuclear facilities. So what does all this signify and mean? In an era when Earth was assumed to be the only planet harboring life, this is still dominant thinking, but these revelations demand a radically different understanding. Today, in other words, we face a new phase, one entirely distinct from the past. Climate, nuclear weapons, UAPs, these existential and ontological shocks confront us. So what path of evolution will humanity follow in the face of such profound challenges? What must we ask and what must we do? For centuries, the weight of history and the inertia of perception have hindered our solutions to civilization's most profound dilemmas or quandaries. Today, we are called to confront these challenges with new courage, to seek the threats of possibility amidst uncertainty is the transformative task of our time. A problem cannot be solved from the same perspective that created it. This is what long ago a physicist had said. So, and this is profoundly simple, yet deeply true. It's very common sense. They remind us that to address the challenges before us, we must embrace new perspective. Our existential challenges like climate change, nuclear weapons, and UAPs demand precisely such a shift. The opening of new horizon of thought and the cultivation of a future reimagined. In this era of transformation, this work carries profound historical significance. Climate scientists have warned us. If the Earth's average temperature rises more than 3 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, civilization itself risks collapse. If it exceeds 5 degrees, nearly all species on this planet could face extinction. The urgency of our era grows with each passing day. So when will the tipping point arrive? No one can predict with certainty. Yet, one fact remains clear. There is little time to hesitate. Then what should be the solution be? The history has taught us that intergovernmental negotiations alone are insufficient. A new path is needed, it seems. A path where governments, international community, and each of us accelerate efforts for our shared public good, a sustainable future. This path requires profound change, and it demands new perspective, a shift in vision. In time of crisis, the responsibility of citizens is responsibility for the future. The duty to live a better, sustainable world to future generations rests not only with politicians, but with all of us. And that's our civic responsibility. To navigate this crisis is perhaps the most vital civic task we can pass on to those who follow. This is a duty of perspective, a duty to deeply observe the world to which we belong. Such vigilance can become a pillar of historical transformation. Ancient philosophy and religious thoughts have long reflected on the depths of humanity and nature, emphasizing the importance of knowledge and practical wisdom. Today, the epistemological foundations of quantum science remind us of the subatomic world at the root of the universe, revealing infinite interconnectedness and the potential for superposition. This ultimate coherence inspires us to see the possibilities within our own consciousness. Kyung Hee's philosophy of holistic thinking builds upon this same premise. Nothing exists in isolation. All things are mutually constraining, mutually reinforcing, continuously changing and evolving. History itself is the product of human consciousness. To cultivate a new perspective, one that opens fresh horizons for existence, is to embark on the transformative journey demanded by our time. So, as Max Planck, the pioneering physicist, once said, we cannot get behind our consciousness. Yet, I would like also add this. When our gaze of change and transformation rests upon the conscious world we inhabit, the future of history may reveal entirely new possibilities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today is International Day of Peace. It's a day to reflect upon the meaning of peace. Peace without war or conflict. Peace that preserves calm and harmony. The traditional understanding of peace remains as vital today as it was in the past, especially in a world where confrontation, conflict, and clashes penetrate deeply into our daily lives. The value of peace is felt more acutely than ever. Yet, at this pivotal moment of transition, we are called not only to uphold this crucial task of peace, but also to seek new horizons of peace. This is the challenge of our era. Faced with unprecedented choices, evolution or extinction, peace or collapse, our generation is urged to comprehend the broader, deeper meaning of peace. Peace between humanity and civilization, peace between human beings, life, and our planet, and even beyond, to peace with unknown realities and possibilities of the cosmos. To cultivate this harmony within the spaces and relationships that connect all things is a task of profound significance of our time. The consciousness that exists within us, the existence that resides within me. From this world of consciousness and existence, we must discover new meanings of peace. This is the task that our era demands of us today. The way we direct our gaze toward this world will serve as the starting point for the public action we so urgently need. Consciousness or existence, the perspectives on their ultimate source may vary. Some scientists speak of the ultimate state within cosmic order, or disorder reflected in the quantum field or vacuum, where information and energy reside in their primordial form. Eastern religious philosophies discuss the origin of all things, a world of having yet not having, neither this nor that. The primal either, so, or akasha. Scholars of the unconscious describe a singular transcendental reality that underlies body and mind, matter, and spirit. Regardless of perspective, there is a shared truth. What truly matters for humanity is the consciousness within us, the world of existence it holds, and the possibilities it contains. The world of consciousness, the world of existence it contains, the way we direct our gaze upon this world is the starting point for the public action we so urgently need. The significance of the era we face is immense. Unprecedented civilizational threats loom before us. Yet beyond these extraordinary threats lies a world to explore, a world in which we can transform crisis into opportunity. To journey toward this challenging future requires conscious awareness of the problems of our time and a shared understanding of the foundation of existence. The present age calls upon us to undertake this vital public action. As again, today is International Day of Peace. I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you who have joined us today. Thank you for your attention.
예, 이사장님 기념 사연
Thank you very much, Dr. Cho, for your commemorative address. There's one more dignitary that I would like to introduce to the audience. Professor Yokoi Itsuhime of Okayama University is here together with us today. Now, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Naomi Oreskes of Harvard University. Professor Oreskes is currently the Henry Charles Lea Professor of the History of Science at Harvard University. She is also a world-renowned geoscientist, historian, and public intellectual who has led global research and discourse on the social role of science and the reality of climate change caused by human activity. Today, she will be delivering her keynote address live online on the theme of From a Global Society to a Planetary Society, Charting a New Course for Future Civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Naomi Oreskes.
Hello, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, and I'm happy for this opportunity to be with you. So I thought I would start my comments today with a story about something that happened to me recently. So just a few days ago, I received an email from a colleague. This colleague is a man who is now retired after a long career in government and public policy. Over the course of his long career, he wrote numerous books and reports, served on many government and international commissions, and mostly focused his work on policies that could help us to protect our natural environment, stop climate change, and create healthy and happy lives for us all. And he has been doing that for more than half a century. Now in his 80s, he's an elder statesman. He's someone whose wisdom and experience I cherish. And he has now concluded that nothing that he did in his career has worked, that all of these decades of efforts, all of these books that he has written, all of the committees that he has served on have come to naught. This is a very sad and sobering conclusion. And so one has to ask, well, where does he go from there? And of course, he doesn't give up, but he continued his email to say that he's come to the conclusion that these various efforts have not worked because they've been guided by the wrong values. So what are those values? And of course, in saying this, he's not saying anything that many others haven't said before, but I think it's worth stopping to think a bit about what some of the values are that at least this elder statesman has concluded are at the root of our planetary crisis. The chief one he suggests is materialism. The idea that modern capitalism promotes and that people around the globe have embraced. Indeed, the idea that modern capitalism promotes incessantly is that if only we had the right things, the right clothing, the right haircut, the right car, the right house, the right vacation, the right makeup, if we listened to the right music, somehow, if we just got those things right, we would be happy. We would be content. We are bombarded by messages, advertising, marketing, now influencers, telling us to buy, to consume, consume, consume. Indeed, we are often identified in public discourse not so much as citizens, but as consumers. Capitalism requires us to be consumers because this is how our modern economy works. If we don't buy the stuff that manufacturers are producing, the economy fails. The modern capitalist economy requires us to consume. It requires us to be discontented. It requires what Buddhism calls dukkha, dissatisfaction. For if we were satisfied, we wouldn't feel the need to buy all these things that modern capitalism produces. And so we are perpetually reminded of our dissatisfaction, or even worse, that dissatisfaction is actively created by advertising and marketing and influencers, so that we can be encouraged to try to remedy our dissatisfaction with stuff. Of course, it doesn't work. Pretty soon, the new thing is old, the shiny thing becomes dull. And so the cycle of consumption begins again. And it is, of course, that cycle of consumption that drives not just climate change, but microplastics in the ocean, endocrine disrupting chemicals in our air and water, and so many aspects of what we've come to call the poly crisis. I remember in the aftermath of 9/11, President George W. Bush got on television to address the American people. And what did he tell us? What did he suggest to us in that terrible moment of hurt and crisis and confusion? He told us to go shopping. The valorization of consumption is also tied to the valorization of competition. In the Western capitalist world, but perhaps in Korea as well, we are taught by the economists that competition is not only good, that it not only yields good outcomes, but that it yields optimal outcomes. Therefore, we need our society to be competitive. If we are too coddled, if we don't fear poverty or unemployment, if we're not sufficiently entrepreneurial, not sufficiently ambitious, we will get uncompetitive. We will get lazy. And we will lose out to other countries where people work harder or longer. In American society, this often elides into the idea that, to some degree at least, we need to be mean in order to be lean. We see this in the behavior of business executives like Elon Musk, who at times seems to take pleasure in sacking workers, with little or no regard to what happens to those workers as people, what happens to their families and their children. Or think about the billionaire CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, who has implied that people who accept Social Security checks are basically crooks. Or the finance guru Dave Ramsey, who suggests that Social Security makes us soft and we should be more disciplined. We should save on our own for retirement and not rely on the government. Or Citibank CEO Jamie Dimon, whose net worth is estimated at $3 billion. He has suggested that Social Security is bad because it disincentivizes ambition and hard work. Now, to be sure, competition is good for some things. We've all enjoyed a good football match or watching the Olympic Games. But there are many areas of life where we need not competition, but empathy and cooperation. Very few corporations, in fact, function based on internal competition. Most businesses work by building internal teams to achieve their goals. Given the state of the world, it seems to be rather obvious that we need to be less mean, less competitive, less greedy, and more kind, more cooperative, and more generous. Certainly in our private lives, we recognize the need for kindness. In our private lives, we share food and break bread with friends, family, neighbors, and colleagues. So why is it so hard to prioritize kindness and caring in public life? I don't know the answer to this question. Perhaps others have more to say on that than I do. But lately, I've been thinking a lot about something that it seems to me might help, something that I think we hardly ever talk about, and that is listening. A few years ago, I was named one of the top 25 outstanding women listeners in the world by the Global Listening Center. The list included some very famous people, such as the German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Sister Helen Prigine, the great Catholic leader. While I was, of course, pleased to be so named and to be in such wonderful company, I was also a bit perplexed. How was I a role model of listening? Then one of my students pointed out that in my first TED Talk and in various interviews I have given about science, I concluded by saying that in order to build trust in science, scientists need to be better communicators. But I also argued that we, the public, have to become better listeners. Since that time, I've been thinking a lot about listening. People throw around the term paradigm shift all the time, and as a historian of science, I get nervous when people use that term loosely, like baggy jeans are a paradigm shift. But it is a term that does get used when we talk about planetary consciousness. I think it's probably a term we'll hear today and in the next few days of this conference. But I've come to believe that we could witness a paradigm shift if we, as academics and leaders, as intellectuals and parents, if we did less to promote talking and more to promote listening. Now, what would that mean in practice? This could seem like an ironic thing for me to say as I'm speaking to you here today as a keynote speaker, not a keynote listener. But what if our conferences had keynote listeners? What if someone was assigned the job of just listening? And then maybe later on, talking about it or writing it up. I mean, sometimes conferences have interlocutors but it's not quite the same thing. So I think one good place to think about is teaching. Many of us here today are academics or teachers of one sort or another. I have now spent more than 40 years in academic life, more if you include my undergraduate education. And here's something that I've been thinking a lot about. During that entire time, 40 years, 50 if you include college, I was taught to write and to speak. I was encouraged to find my voice. I was encouraged to find ways to express my findings and my views in both written and spoken language. And I was encouraged, indeed told that if I wanted to succeed in academic life, I had to find ways to get my ideas out there, to get people to listen to what I had to say, with the focus on the speaking, the focus on the saying. And I have taught my students to do the same. Like many of my colleagues, I encourage my students to speak in class. I have them write papers expressing their views and their findings, and I grade them on participation. Now, I have been fairly successful at this project, so I get many invitations to speak. And often I get invitations to speak about speaking, that is to say, to speak about communication. Even though I have no formal training in communication, I'm often introduced as an expert on science communication because it's something I've studied and thought about. And usually when people invite me to give talks on science communication, they are expecting me to explain what scientists need to do. And by this, they usually mean things like speak clearly, don't use equations, don't use jargon. If you need to use technical terms, be sure to explain them in plain language, etc., etc. Now, this is all good advice. I do not mean to suggest that speaking in plain language and explaining technical terms is a bad idea. No, of course, these are all important and useful things for us to take under advisement. But notice what is missing in all of this advice. What's missing is listening. We teach our students to talk and to write, but in general, with some notable exceptions, we don't teach them to listen. We typically define participation as speaking up, but not so much as responding meaningfully to what others have said, or even just sitting quietly with a serious thought. We teach scientists to try to talk in more accessible ways, to be more accessible, but we do not teach them to listen to common citizens. We judge ourselves and each other by how much we have published, how many words and pages we have in the published record, and how much others have cited us, but we do not attend to, indeed, we have no metrics to measure how much or how well we listen to others. And in the one area of academic life that could be viewed as listening, citing previous work, increasingly scientists don't cite work that is more than a few years old. They assume, and I have sometimes heard scientific colleagues say this, that older work is no longer relevant, that older work contains little, if anything, worth listening to. Let me give you one more example from my own experience. When I give public lectures, there is generally a time for questions at the end. Almost invariably, my host will instruct the audience to keep the questions short and to insist that they be questions, not statements. Now, I understand the reason for this. It is boring and unfair to the rest of the audience if a member of the audience embarks on a big speech. But I have come to think that this approach, telling people that they must only ask questions and not make statements, that this is actually not a good approach. And let me explain why. In my experience, people come to public lectures to learn, to be sure, and to ask questions, to be sure. But they also come because there's something on their mind. Often they come because there is something that they want to say. People want to be seen. People want to be heard. They want a forum. And while I have a lot less power than many people seem to think I have, in that moment, in that position when I am speaking and someone else is asking a question, I do have the power to give them a forum, even if only for a few precious minutes. I can't be sure of this. I haven't figured out a way to study it scientifically, but my feeling is that people go home happier and more satisfied with the experience of the evening if they have had a chance to be heard. And no doubt, this is the core appeal of social media. Think about it. At least on some level, on social media, we are heard and seen. Social media is a forum for billions of people on this planet. But in the world at large, and particularly in our current social and political environment, many people feel unheard. They feel that politicians, leaders, and yes, Harvard professors and other members of the social and cultural elite are just not listening to them. So now when I give public lectures, and this applies today as well, I ask my hosts not to forbid statements, but simply to ask people that whether what they have to say is a question or a statement, out of respect for others, please keep it brief. And guess what? Most people do. Most people don't want to be boorish. They do not want to be rude, but they do want to feel that their thoughts and ideas and opinions count. And in my classes, I now instruct my students differently than I did for many decades. I tell my students that participation means both speaking and listening. It means taking others' views seriously and responding to them in a meaningful way, and not just making a statement that you have prepared in advance in your head. And of course, if we think about the concept of planetary boundaries, and I'm thinking particularly today of the work of the Stockholm Resilience Institute, what the folks there are saying is not, or is it not, sorry, excuse me, is it not that what they are trying to say is that our planet is trying, desperately trying, to tell us something, but we have not been listening. I don't know what it would mean to create a social movement, much less a whole planetary civilization organized around listening, but I think we should definitely consider it. And I, for one, am ready to listen to your ideas about this idea. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you, and I hope as well to listen.
예, 다음은 영상 음악.
Next is a commemorative music video. The piece you will enjoy is the fourth movement of Symphony No. 9 from the New World by Antonin Dvorak, a well-known and renowned composer from the Czech Republic. This piece captivates all Europe with its fresh melody rhythms, embodying the spirit of Bohemia. He actually worked it when he was in the US. It blends the characteristics of Czech folk music with elements of the Native American music and African American spiritual, creating a moving fusion of diverse cultures. Chaos does not mean only confusion. It's about the nervousness that we feel when we are met with a new order, when we are about to turn a corner for new transformation. As we listen to this music, the uncertainties, the climate crisis, and other things, we would like to feel it together. After this music, with more open mind, I think we'll be prepared to face the new possibilities of our era. So let's listen to this music.
다음 순서는
Next segment is a special panel discussion on the theme of the moments of chaos, planetary consciousness, and future politics. Today's panel features Dr. Jo In-won, Chancellor of Kyung Hee University System, Professor Nami Oreskes from Harvard University joining us online, and Professor G. Johnson Eikenberry, University Professor at Princeton University and eminent scholar at Kyung Hee University. I would like to invite Professor Jo In-won and Professor Jo In-won, who will serve as a moderator, to the stage. Please welcome them with warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Professor Jae-ryong Song, the moderator of the 2025 PBF Special Dialogue. I would like to thank all of you who are joining us both here on site and online. The theme of today's dialogue is the moment of chaos, the future of planetary politics. In Korean, this translates as 혼돈의 순간, 행성의식과 미래정치. In fact, today's dialogue builds upon the theme of the 2020 PBF dialogue, the era of urgency, a new horizon for a political norm. And at that time, we were honored to have the three panels. And we have the honor of having the same three dignitaries with us today as panelists for these discussions. Over the past 5 years, we have lived amidst overlapping challenges and changes, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis, political and geopolitical conflicts, and technological innovations led by AI. The urgency we spoke of back then was not a temporary phenomenon, but it has deeply permeated our daily lives and ways of thinking, becoming a new reality. In today's dialogue, we'll reflect together on what questions we must ask in this age of chaos and how we might find pathways towards a civilized and civilizational transformation. And on the screen, I believe that you all have Professor Naomi Oreskes. So on my right, we have Professor Naomi Oreskes of Harvard University, who just gave us a keynote address. And as was introduced before, she teaches geoplanetary science and also she teaches the history of science and Earth. She critically examines whether science can be trusted as a rational system of knowledge and how it becomes entangled with the ideology of free market, fundamentalism within politics and political, economic, as well as industrial systems. And as she mentioned earlier on, she also explains why scientific warnings about the severity of climate change continue to be fragmented. And we will hear about her thoughts on this issue today as well. And right next to her, we have the pleasure of having Professor John Eichenberg of Princeton University. He's a professor of international politics and international relations. And as many of you are already aware of, he also serves as an eminent scholar, or ES, at Kyung Hee University. Professor Eichenberg is a world-renowned scholar on the vision and practical construction of the liberal international order. So we look forward to hearing his insightful contributions in today's dialogue as well. Last but not least, I would like to introduce Dr. Inwon Cho again, Chairperson and Chancellor of Kyung Hee University Educational System. So I will allow me to address you as Dr. Cho. Dr. Cho served as the president of Kyung Hee University and is a political philosopher and thinker and the author of numerous works. Dr. Cho has advanced a holistic, as in his address earlier on, holistic ontology, embracing the concept of interconnectedness, grounded in quantum epistemology as a response to the urgency of civilizational transformation. And so you will hear such words as holistic, epistemology, as well as ontology. And through today's dialogue, we'll be having the opportunity to explore this theme as well. Now, let us begin today's special dialogue, The Movement of Chaos, Planetary Consciousness, and Pathways for the Future of Politics. Now, let me begin the first round. There will be actually 3 rounds in the discussion, and each round will be about 30 minutes, and the total session will be about 90 minutes. As we begin the first round, warnings have been around about the political collapse and potential collapse of global civilization, and this is not new. Despite having identified signs of civilizational collapse and despite the continued scientific predictions and warnings based on the theme, we have still failed to achieve a civilizational transformation. First, I would like to have the opportunity to ask Professor Eichenberg about the issue in relation to the realistic aspects of global civilization.
So you wrote in your book, After Victory, you argued that the international order has evolved from a balance of power to a constitutional order grounded in institutions and norms, an argument which many, myself included, agree. Yet the global scale crisis we witness today raise doubts as to whether the existing imagination institutional structures of international politics remain effective at all. It is often said that institutional politics have failed to generate new frameworks or structures capable of matching the complexity of some crisis, accelerating pace of change. Dr. Eichenberg talked about the major 3 crises 5 years ago of modernity, geopolitics, and liberal democracy are only exacerbating. And moreover, considering the U.S. leading role in the global order, there is a growing concern that the recent resurgence of the Trump era may render these challenges even more intractable. So let me ask you this: do we stand now, and why do you believe we continue to fail in achieving civilizational transformation? That's my question. I think your microphone is off, Professor.
Oh yeah.
Say how much an honor it is to be on this panel to commemorate the 44th International Day of Peace and to be on this panel with uh, basic message is that things are worse, that various crises of the past are intensifying, and our imaginations for rising above them, for problem solving, have not had much effect. As you said, I think that it's useful to look at the global chaos today and see three kinds of crises. 5 years ago, the term polycrisis was not in circulation, but what we really meant then and now is a kind of perfect storm of many different vectors of change, most of which is not welcome, really with the idea that Chancellor Cho mentioned, that everything is connected, that there is no separate entity or regime or area that is separate from everything else. But there are three areas that I think are intersecting. One is geopolitical crisis. We are watching a huge transformation in the way in which power is distributed globally. Part of it is from the west to the east, from the north to the south, from the US to China. But in many ways, the term multipolar is used and captures some of it. But 5 years after our first discussion of this, it seems that the transition, the geopolitical crisis is somewhat different. Then 5 years ago, you might argue that we were in the midst of a reordering moment, sort of like the rise of a world where you have two superpowers or have a different order that we've had over the last 80 years. Whereas today, 5 years later, it seems more like it's not a reordering, but a disordering or a deordering moment. It looks less like a Cold War between two superpowers and more like the 1930s, where no one really has any ordering potential and we're all suffering as a result. Secondly, I'll just very quickly say the modernity crisis, and that's my way of capturing much of what Chancellor Cho offers as his analysis: planetary problems, global warming, pandemics, the spread of nuclear weapons. Today, 5 years later, what we didn't talk about then and what we have to talk about now is really the most recent wave of technological revolution, often captured in the idea of artificial intelligence, revolutions in information and computers making the world more capable in other ways, but less manageable in other ways. And then finally, the crisis of liberal democracy. And for me, this is very much a personal crisis because I live in a country that used to be the global beacon for global democracy for 250 years, the American founding, making the world anew, the shot that was heard round the world, the preamble of the Declaration, Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, Roosevelt's Four Freedoms, the way in which the US at one point had been a kind of leader in uplifting the world and moving in a direction where people, humans, individuals have rights and respect and dignity in a world based on greater collaboration. And the US is not playing that role anymore. In fact, it's undermining it. And the worry I have, it's much deeper than simply who's running foreign policy in a big country, but the deeper problems of civilization that has been rooted in Enlightenment values of reason, science, learning, a sense of shared responsibility. And then finally, to just, Mr. Chairman, just to finish up, to say that what we really are seeing is in human civilization is a loss in a sense of confidence, a sense of confidence, a sense of optimistic possibility, of confidence that we can do great things together, that we can rise above our crises and invent a new era. That's happened before, and I will have occasion later today perhaps to say more about that, but confidence is what builds civilization. It what creates commitments to spend decades building great structures, to build universities, to educate the next generation, to rethink the way that we produce, the way we consume, the way that we interact with each other. And we just aren't there yet. And that means we have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be probably adding further questions later on if we have time to do so. And next, above all, since entering into the 21st century, the most powerful warnings about the potential collapse of civilization have been connected to the issue of the climate crisis. And on this point, I think it seems only natural that the next question goes to Professor Orestes. More than 10 years ago, Professor, in your book, The Collapse of Western Civilization, this was also translated into Korean as well. So in that book, you warned through historical and futuristic imagination of a dystopian 21st century civilization brought about by climate disasters. And so you used the imagination and you gave us insights about the futures as well. And you argued that the root cause lies in the prevailing paradigm of our civilization, which ignores scientific warnings and instead relies on the market to solve problems. And in any case, as a result of the collapse of civilization, you predicted grim outlooks such as the collapse of democracy, the resurgence of fascism, and the return of state violence. And so these extreme political results were quite bleak. And I hope that this future will never be realized. And so in any case, over the past several decades, science has issued continuous warnings, and actually the level of warnings is increasing. However, although those warnings have grown even more urgent in recent years, it seems to have failed to trigger a dramatic political and social transformation. So my question is, why has the voice of science failed to lead to effective change? You mentioned that the active listening would be very important in your keynote address. Is it because we're not listening?
Well, thank you for that question. I'd like to just reiterate Professor Eikenberry's appreciation of having this opportunity to be here again today and with this wonderful panel. So it's such a complicated question, right? We've had, more than 200 years of scientific work, what Professor Eikenberry referred to as enlightenment, reason, and rationality. And we have many examples from the past where societies did build on scientific knowledge and did accept scientific warnings to make the world a better place, to pay attention, to listen. And that's not happening now. And so for me, one of the big questions, and I wish we had more time to talk about this, is what is the cause and what is the effect? So Professor Eikenberry talked about the loss of confidence, and I think a lot about how much climate change, have we failed to act on climate change because we don't have confidence in our political systems? Or are we increasingly not confident in our political systems because we see how they're failing to address very major questions like climate change? So if you think about how things have changed in the last 5 years with respect to climate change, and of course, my book was supposed to be a warning. It was supposed to be, let's not do these things. And it's frankly terrifying to me how much we have gone down the path of what we put in that dystopic science fiction novella. But one of the things that's happened in the last few years is that climate change has become the new normal. So we are now seeing disastrous floods, hurricanes, droughts, wildfires all the time. I mean, on any given day of the year, somewhere in the world, a terrible flood or terrible heat wave is taking place. And we know beyond any reasonable doubt that climate change has made these events worse. And for many years, people thought, well, when the rich realize that they will not be immune from the effects, that will be mobilizing. But we've seen in recent years, particularly the terrible wildfires in California, you know, incredibly wealthy people lost their homes in Malibu, California, and still we seem to be facing a kind of politics of denial. And if anything, the rich and the super rich are digging themselves even deeper into denial. So you have people like Elon Musk and many other people like Jamie Dimon, very, very super wealthy people who either deny climate change outright or refuse to participate in any meaningful actions to address it. And I don't want to be too reductionist, but as someone who's been studying climate change denial for more than 20 years now, it feels as if the denial of climate change is part of what has contributed to the rise of a reactionary politics organized around denial more broadly. So if you think about what is going on in the United States right now, it's not just climate change that the right wing denies. As Professor Eikenberry suggested, they deny US history, they deny the important role of immigrants in building America as a nation. They deny the realities of the dark parts of US history, which are important for us to understand alongside the bright lights. And they've changed the meaning of what it is to be a conservative. So not too long ago, being a conservative meant respecting traditions, being mindful of the importance of institutions, including institutions of governance, institutions of law, and being mindful of the fact that ambitious attempts to reform society didn't always work out the way the reformers wanted them to. There was a lot to respect in many forms of traditional conservatism, but that's not what it means to be a conservative in America today. To be a conservative in America today is to reject the realities, the truths of American history, to reject the realities of the spread of disease, to reject the realities of the success of vaccination, and to reject, of course, the reality of climate change. And so this politics of rejection and denial is terribly damaging, and it's not clear how we fix it. And I'd also like to echo one other important thing that I think Professor Eikenberry said, which is about the failure of imagination. In my work on the rise of neoliberalism and its relation to science denial, the thing that has upset me the most, the single statement that any political leader ever made that I think was most damaging, and it's ironic because it came from Margaret Thatcher, who was not a climate change denier. Margaret Thatcher was probably the last major conservative politician in either the United States or the United Kingdom who accepted climate science broadly. But she famously promoted her TINA doctrine, TINA standing for there is no alternative. That's a dreadful thing to say. No one should ever say that because there are always alternatives. And the burden is on us as academics, as intellectuals, as leaders, as people involved in a global conversation. It's up to us to figure out what the alternatives are and how we bring them into being.
Thank you very much, Professor. You said TINA doctrine, Professor?
Yeah, that's
And
right.
so
Yes, the doctrine.
So Tina, could you please elaborate on this a little further?
Sure. The TINA doctrine was developed by Margaret Thatcher in, I guess it was the late 1970s, early 1980s. And the word was an acronym, a woman's name in English, but it stood for there is no alternative. And what she was defending was her version of neoliberalism, the idea that governments had to free up the free market to solve problems, minimize regulation, minimize taxation, eliminate government subsidies for things like railroads or healthcare, and that this was the only means available to the British people, but by implication to the world at large, it was the only path to prosperity. And of course, that wasn't true. Neoliberal policies have had very mixed results. Some of them have arguably been good, increased the size of the middle class in Asia, for example, but they've also been very, very damaging, particularly in the area of the environment, because neoliberal policies in general, and of course there's a wide range of neoliberal views, but the way they've been interpreted by most neoliberal thinkers and leaders is to say that we need to minimize government regulation, minimize government action in the marketplace. And this is a catastrophic claim in the face of climate change, because we've seen how markets have produced catastrophic climate change, and the market by itself is unable to respond, unable to fix it. We need global governance or national governance or corporate governance. We need governments on some level to address the market failure, which is climate change. But of course, it isn't only climate change. It's also income inequality. It's also global pandemics. I mean, the market was not able to stop the COVID-19 pandemic, but sensible public health policies at least slowed it down. There are many areas in life many areas where markets function well, but many very, very important areas where they don't. And that's why the Tina doctrine is so damaging, because it's telling us that we can rely on markets to solve all of our problems, and we don't need government, when in fact, we desperately need government for so many, many things.
Now, what our two esteemed professors said, but let's switch a bit. Like, why are we failing civilization transformation? We heard from the epistemological more from the epistemological consideration. So the invitation to transcendental engagement and hoping humanity, and through various conversations and dialogue, Dr. Cho critiqued the limitation of existing knowledge systems and prevailing mindset of industrial civilization. Especially, he also talked about evolutionary extinction or peace or a collapse. And he talked about the urgency of civilization transition for humanity. So he talked about the basic reason we have failed is due to limitation of our consciousness or paradigm. So I would like to listen to you how we can change our consciousness then or thinking. I think I have 3 minutes. Yes. Because I didn't bring my watch. Please let me know when my time is up. Well, first of all, before I give you my response, I would like to thank Professor Orskes and Professor Eikenberry. Thank you so much. It was briefly mentioned, but in 2020, with these two professors, we also had another panel discussion. It's been already 5 years ago. So I really want to thank you again. And since last year, we had the first award ceremony for the Miwon Peace Award. And we have a selection committee, which includes our two professors with other 5 members. So I would also like to thank you for that participation also. Now the problem is why. So I know what you asked about. Why is epistemology an issue? And I focused on climate change, but I believe Dr. Oreskes has research in this area longer than I did, so had more in-depth knowledge. And one thing that I've also paid much interest in is the climate change. It had a long journey, and I briefly mentioned about the Great Dithering. So that in link with the climate change on our Earth, how it it's gone its journey, where it's been, where is it going. That's been also area of my interest. Now, extreme view, Dr. Song talked about that, but I think we also need to think about that. From the perspective of the history of the planet Earth, the era that we are living now, especially since Industrial Revolution, since we became the age of industrialization, that's only been hundreds years, right? And during that period, the carbon level in our atmosphere, especially CO2 level, if you look at the graph, it's beyond just calling extreme, because it's really shot up, vertically shut up. So that's based on the start of 1750, and IPC says multi-century prior to 1750. So the average Earth temperature before 1750, if you compare that to recent temperature rise, it's really extremely and making exponential growth. That means in the age we live, due to global warming and extinction of flora and fauna, and the extinction of civilization, even extinction of mankind, that we talk about in academics. So we are looking at this kind of the inertia of the civilization and history. So who created that? That is the important question. And I believe the academic consensus is that, of course, climate or the Earth's temperature is based on the natural flow or cycle. But since industrialization, since industrial revolution, the greenhouse gases that we have emitted and the fossil fuels that we emitted, holds energy and heat. And while they return to Earth, there's been a rapid rise of the temperature. And you all know and remember probably, as I also mentioned in my commemorative address, the crisis of climate, increased by 1.5 or 2 degrees of increase. If we go beyond that threshold, it goes beyond, climate crisis. It goes into the disaster state, and we call that it will be abrupt and serious crisis. And I think that has now become consensus where everybody agrees. So such warning. Now, James Hansen or Carl Sagan, in late 80s, I also talked briefly about the Senate hearing of that time, or going beyond then, in the late 1800s, the issue of the climate was paid attention by physicists of the time, because at that time we didn't have climate scientists, and they didn't give specific numbers of 1.5 temperature, but they said if the greenhouse gases accumulate with the emission fossil fuels, that there could be problems. So it's been now about 150 years, or for sure since 1970s we've been talking about that. And in 2015 we had that famous Paris Convention, and the goal of that Paris agreement or convention is by the end of this century we want to control through the rise by 1.5 degrees. They could not even go to 2 degrees. So it was kind of a warning in my opinion. So we led this effort to, and more than 100 countries signed this convention, and then each country was given assignment. But I do not believe there is a country that 100% comply with their given target. So they have done efforts to reduce the emission, but in a delayed manner. Nobody was, really accelerating that efforts. And as that result is now we are going beyond 1.5 degrees of increase. That is the situation that we are facing now. So the climate model might have an issue. It took a lot of time to get us academic consensus. I mean, of course, it's taking longer to get political consensus. But anyway, until very recent, we thought climate crisis was not something that touched our daily lives. It was just environmental or natural phenomenon, but it's no longer so. So people started to change thinking only 4 or 5 years ago. So it's up by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees. We are met with different types of crises, and it will become irreversible phenomenon. If we increase it by 3 to 4 degrees, it's going to be really have shocking results. So we are busy living daily lives, and in the modern times, various norms and values that are inherent is rather than think we are living together with the planet, we always focus on economy, only about also national interests, and for politicians, they only focus on economic growth to create jobs, and just focusing on economies, we always found was the most important responsibility of government. We thought, in other words, it's their only goals, So that was kind of fixed norms. To go beyond them, we need to change our thinking, and going beyond me, our society, our country, we need to look into planetary level so that sustainable planet as well as sustainable life for us will be possible. And that's why I've been interested in this area and about awareness, cognition, and consciousness.
So in round 1, we have had meaningful discussions about why we failed to realize transformation despite numerous warnings. There were lack of consciousness as well as practices. And Dr. Cho has talked about the transformation of consciousness. And then I think this leads us, makes a very good segue into round 2. As Dr. Cho has mentioned earlier on, for a genuine paradigm shift of civilization to occur, a transformation of consciousness must first take place. And through this, we need an existential transformation, and further, what may be called a planetary transformation of consciousness. So to gain further insights, I would like to ask for the reflections of the 3 panelists. I will first address Professor Oreskes. Professor, in your research on the history of science, you have emphasized that science is not merely the product of simple experiments and observations, but that it gains credibility within social and institutional processes, and that it must also bear public responsibility. And also my team and I did a research about your work as well, and in the recent Nexus paper, Earth of Risk, a strong call was made for a culture transformation of socioeconomic values on a global scale. So you and your coworkers were working on Earth of Risk in this respect. And what caught my attention was that you called for a social and cultural resistance. In any case, given today's urgent existential crisis, what is required is not only a change in modern scientific methodology, but also a transformation in a very meaning and direction of science itself. So, in your view, what kinds of scientific transformation and ethical reconfiguration of knowledge systems are essential for a great shift in consciousness, namely a planetary transformation of consciousness? What kinds of change in the scientific paradigm do you think are being called for?
Thank you for that very important question. So it's interesting about the paper you mentioned, because when my scientific colleagues invited me to be an author on this paper, my initial reaction was to say no, because I thought, well, why do we need another warning? We have had so many warnings. We have had 6 IPCC reports. We have had millions, literally millions of pages of scientific evidence and argument being brought to bear. And the reason I agreed to be a co-author on this particular paper was because of exactly what you just pointed out, that the paper doesn't simply call for more physical science, more measurements of CO2 in the atmosphere, or more dire warnings about how bad hurricanes will become, but rather it tries to step back and think about these larger questions. And so there's 3 things that I've been interested in that I've written about in this paper and elsewhere. And one has to do with the role of scientists themselves. So even though science has changed in many ways in the last half century, and even though, as our chancellor has pointed out, physicists have been at the forefront of arguing for holistic integrationist thinking, the reality is that the vast majority of science that goes on in the world today is still reductionist. And it's still adhering to what I think of as a Cartesian framework of thinking that if we can break a problem down into its component parts, that will somehow allow us to solve the problem. And we see this in so many areas of life. And one really good example is modern medicine, which has become incredibly good at identifying viruses and incredibly good at creating vaccines to fight those viruses, but incredibly bad at thinking about, well, how do you get people to accept the vaccine? How do you get people to accept social distancing? Why, in a country like Korea or Singapore, did you find people followed government advice and mandates fairly closely, whereas a country like the United States, many people rejected government public policy advice? That's not a question that can be answered by studying cells and viruses and bacteria and DNA. It's a problem that requires us to step back from the little pieces, the microscopic stuff that makes us sick, and the larger social context that determines how we respond to being sick and how we respond to medical advice. So I think this is a huge area where scientists have started to change, have recognized that we need to approach problems differently, and yet, in many ways, our funding structures, the structures of our universities, the way our university departments are set up. I mean, one thing I've argued for many years, if you think about our university departments, they're organized around disciplines: biology, chemistry, physics, English, history, philosophy. But the world doesn't give us problems in philosophy or physics. The world gives us hunger or disease or climate change or income inequality. It gives us problems that have multiple dimensions, multiple facets. And some of our universities, of course, have created institutes to address things like world peace, and that's good. But at least in my experience, in most universities, the traditional disciplinary departments still dominate the hiring, the educational decisions at universities. So I think that's the biggest one, and I don't want to go on too long because I'm really enjoying hearing what my colleagues here have to say. But I think the other thing we really have to think about is how we think about progress. I think it's already been suggested that we've tended to equate progress with growth, particularly economic growth, GDP growth. Politicians boast about economic growth and they get into trouble when their economies are not growing. But as we know, growth is not always good. The growth of a cancer tumor is not good growth. The growth of weeds or invasive species is not good growth. So we lack a kind of conceptual model and a vocabulary for evaluating what kind of growth we want and what kind of growth we don't want. And how do we do a better job of fostering the good growth and not the bad growth? So I really think this is an area, and especially in economics, where many economists, I mean, there's a big fight going on now about the whole idea of degrowth. And I know many economists, probably most of my colleagues, who think the idea of degrowth is preposterous, that there's no way you could have a global economy that wasn't dependent upon growth. But we know that growth, at least as it's currently pursued, is incompatible with planetary boundaries. So we have these two different frameworks now, one of planetary boundaries that says you can't keep growing forever without doing damage and causing harm and suffering. And then economists who, by and large, are still saying, but we have to grow. We have to grow to feed the world, and we have to grow to give people jobs. How do we reconcile those two different frameworks? I haven't really seen anyone yet who, it seems to me, is managing to reconcile them in a persuasive way.
So thank you very much. We are too immersed into the myth of growth. I think that's what you talked about. Now, Professor Eikenberry, I don't know what your thought is. My question is probably going to be posed to you next. So about myth of growth, that growth is essential. And even politicians say without that, maybe they say nothing works. But if you follow that train of thought, the politics in terms of imagination, we can see the importance of where the politician lays the spectrum of imagination. So in terms of the transition of the shift to Professor Eikenberry, I would like to ask a question related to political imagination. So it seems crucial that this imagination does not remain confined to the individual level, but extend to the collective dimension where global visions or imaginative frames, in other words, global imaginary or what might be called planetary imaginary, begin to operate in new ways. So on this point, I would like to ask you this, Professor Eikenberry. Last year, at the colloquium with Kyung Hee University, you referred to your recent book 2 years ago published, like the World Safe for Democracy. You referred to the concept of global imaginary in your discussion of the liberal international order. So I don't know how they can be translated into Korean, but anyway, do you think that is still very much valid concept? So don't really know much of the politics or political thinking. So maybe if I may venture into it, maybe we also need to have more imagination in politics, like in line with our topics today, planetary imagination or planetary politics needed. So to have that, what do we need, and what kind of new notions or transformation or regime do you think is necessary?
Well, that's a great question. And I do think one of the themes that runs across our panelists and our questions is that given the urgency of planetary crisis, new ways of thinking is just utterly necessary. And I think of President Obama, who went to Hiroshima, the first American president to visit the bomb site at the end of World War II, Hiroshima. And he basically said in his address that technological progress without moral progress will doom us. And so we're all struggling, I think, to get to the intellectual or the consciousness side of the system. being fully aware that there's no silver bullet. That is to say, it probably is not the best thing simply to say that we all need to change our minds. There needs to be something going on that allows us to do things between now and then that get us to some kind of global reimaginary. But I do think that's where we want to go. And for me, I'm a scholar of international relations. I teach about Greece and Rome and the early modern era and the years and centuries of war and peace and the building of global governance. So I take the long view. And when my students ask me, what is your thinking about the future of liberal internationalism? I say it's in crisis, but the more things get worse, the further you have to look back into history to see an upward movement of the human condition, because it does look pretty grim. But I do think when you take the longer view, you do see precisely what we're looking for the future, which is to say moments, transitions, clear in retrospect than to the people who lived through them. But we've talked about the era of the Enlightenment, of the kind of new optimism when humans conceived of themselves. It was humanism, really, that they, in some sense, were the masters of their own fate, that they could think. They were not simply puppets of a cosmos that they could not control, that they could learn more about who they were as a species, where they came from, where they were going. The great sociologist Anthony Giddens said that is what modernity was. It was the belief that you could place yourself in time and space, where you had a understandable past, a current situation, and a predictable future. That optimistic view of modernity may not be with us today, but it was instructive for these moments when we were able to reimagine who we were as humans. I think the Enlightenment was a moment. I think the end of the 19th century, modern industrial society had many features, but it was a moment of reimagination. This is when universities were built, public education, the women's movement, the women's right to vote, human rights, anti-slavery movement, revolutions in technology, of travel, of communication, of commerce. And then again, after World War II, which is the area I study most closely, the reimaginaries that followed the worst time that human life has ever had on Earth, the period from the 1930s into the 40s. Think about that period from 1929 to 45, which was just a tiny segment of any one person's life. You had the Great Depression, the rise of fascism, the rise of totalitarianism, the rise of total war, the Holocaust, and the dropping of the atomic bomb, all within roughly 15 years of human history. And yet, in the aftermath of that period, there was a picking up and dusting off of oneself, and the reimagining of what open societies, progressive societies, societies that had as a task for their work the task of human betterment. And I think we're at that point again, because 80 years after that moment, we're back at a moment where we need to again dust ourselves off and think about our predicament and reimagine what we can do. I think we all kind of aren't quite sure what that task means, other than at the very least what it meant in the late 18th and 19th century, in the end of the beginning of the industrial age, and in the period after World War II. And it does mean understanding better than you do the world you live in, what the nature of interdependence, the nature of what cause and effect are. And to come to your particular point about the future of liberal international order building has been the most progressive way of organizing the world that dates back to the Enlightenment. Immanuel Kant is the philosophical view that we are one people, that there's a kind of a kind of a cosmopolitan ethic that can match the more narrow self-interested ethics, and that those have power and moral force if they are properly articulated and harnessed to people's real lives. And that's the task we face again today. The most fundamental proposition that liberal internationalism puts forward is that under conditions of growing interdependence, economic interdependence, security interdependence, and environmental interdependence, the cost of making binding commitments by working together through international organizations is less than the price of lost autonomy associated with making binding agreements. So we are confronted with a kind of a fundamental issue. Will we recognize our shared fate, and that we do have choices to make and trade-offs to make and compromises to make, but that there is lurking in the future a better future, but only if we work together. You can't be secure alone in the 21st century. You can only be secure together. And the most articulate version of that insight is made by those who embrace a liberal international, a liberal modernist view of our shared fate and the ingredients of global problem solving. So that would be my argument then and my argument now, if I may say so.
Thank you so much. Let me briefly summarize what you have said. So, global imagination, or the order of global imagination, you're saying that the borders of the imagination is be extended through the ages, and now it's time more than ever to. Unlike the fundamentals that we saw the past international order or orders, we need to open up the imaginations and expand our horizons. I think that's what you're talking about. So, in line with what today's topic, it can be planetary transformation.
And perhaps when it comes to planetary consciousness, we may not be the first institution that came up with the word, but this is a term both professors have used as well. And so I think perhaps quite a few people may not be familiar with the term or concept of planetary consciousness. As far as I understand, this concept, simply put, refers to a tendency towards a kind of holistic awareness, as Dr. Cho has mentioned, or state of being associated with transcendental consciousness. So that is my interpretation and understanding about the planetary consciousness. And so, as Professor Cho is the expert on this topic, maybe I could ask for your guidance, Dr. Cho. In your speech earlier on, you mentioned that the global crisis, climate crisis, and nuclear crisis, as well as UAP, are the crisis that the humanity is facing as a whole. Unidentified phenomena that is not known to human beings. And so all these need to be put in together in a big context. And also, in your recent remarks, you noted that the essence of crisis is one and everything is connected. So I believe that this perspective captures the point that I have mentioned earlier on. I also understand that in addition to this holistic epistemological view, You have recently taken great interest in the insights offered by quantum epistemology. So my question is, what are the philosophical or epistemological implications of quantum epistemology for our time? I think this is related to the planetary consciousness as well. So how do you see it as being variance into this topic?
Yes, it's not easy question. And actually, I worked early into the morning to finish my speech, so I was able to think about answers about this special dialogue sessions before coming here. So you have asked a question that is multi-layered. So quantum theory, I didn't really study that area. I'm very ignorant to that field. But what I was interested in is that physicists might disagree with me, but the social structure, where did it begin? It might be from thinking, might come from materials and thinking structure, or Professor Song also mentioned this. It might be insight into our inside or our inner world, from the depth of our inner world. From there, we might also have sense of problems. But since the industrialization times, as Professor Oreskes talked about, of course, even before then, was briefly talked about Cartesian worldview, but Newtonian physics is something we could also think about. So in our times, who had the most influence or impact? I think I always think about these two people. So it's not in terms of analyzing natural phenomena, but our social structures, or going beyond to international orders, still based on the linear causations and the interjected thinking, rational or reasonable thinking of mind that is in that I think has been base of all decision makings. I also was interested in areas that goes beyond my area of studies. Universe is vast. It's beyond our what we can calculate. So it's vast and vast, enormous, infinite. I don't want to use infinite as word because I don't know what infinite is, but numerous, beyond countable planets exist. Planet, and not only that, you have the cosmos. Also is mentioned by a scientist, but among that, in whole universe, we are the only intellectual being in the vast universe. To me, I cannot really accept that. It's been quite long. Henry Conformi, a physicist, said that we have a very in terms of mathematics and in terms of universal theories and statistics, we are among the many universe and the planets. There will be other planets where intellectual being would be living. And says I was having meal with friends, and he says, "Where is everybody?" That has become a famous sentence. So where is everybody? We cannot be the only one intellectual beings in this vast universe. So it actually gives a lot of food for thought, in my opinion. So our notions that is based on our thinking and the way of thinking that is created by human, and with that you can embrace the whole universe. I do not believe it's illogical thinking. In gaining understanding, the kind of notion being helpful, that I can agree. But our understanding is the only way to explain all the principles and orders of this vast planetary universe. I think it's stemming from arrogance. They're trying to find the path. Accepting that we do not know is very important. So I'm not trying to divide between East and West, but if you look at the Asian philosophy and also the philosophies or religious thinking that we are also familiar with in the East, like in the Buddhism, they talk about the theories of vacuum or smoke or thought of emptiness, or trying to find in something that is the middle way. The middle way is not going to the extremes. So because we also know about these Buddhist values, we are familiar with these notions, and in the modern science, that type of approaches have existed. And among them, quantum consciousness or quantum epistemology. I mean, I don't know whether that really exists as a field of study, but looking at various books, the quantum physics talking about instantaneousness or being coherent, or trying to talk about how things change through these words. So it might not be captured through the positivism or empiricisms, but is that all? In terms of is the only way to understand human international order or planetary order and planet, because planet belongs to universe. So if we trust the words of scientists, then now the Big Bang Theory, there's been a lot of skeptic voice about that years ago, smaller particle, then quantum, big explosion happened. And in the explosion, did it only happen once or numerous times? So question begets questions through this. But anyways, that just because we cannot conceptualize thinking, it does not exist. It's very arrogant. Of course, I know that stems from human arrogance. I know some people disagree to that. But anyways, being open to various possibilities, I do believe it's important. And the planetary consciousness, we talked about global consciousness, but I think that word is very human-centric. So we need to go beyond that. And planet belongs to universe. So and where do we belong? We belong to that planet. Then us, planet, and universe, embracing all things, we need to find a path that embraces all these things. In that context, we need to look at the climate change issues, even the nuclear weapon issues, saying I'm not afraid to use a nuclear weapon. That is based on competitive economic order, a very nation state centric mindset. So under this national state regime, it has become common sense to make such an utterance. However, if we do really use those as weapons, I mean, due to climate change, we have like 600,000, as I said, nuclear weapons going off. And if we think about that, the performance of the bomb that we dropped on Hiroshima versus the nuclear weapon performance of today, I don't know the exact science behind it, but it goes beyond our imagination. So, as Professor Hindari has said, you need to have planetary imaginary approach or planetary imagination, and we need to use that to open our future. It should be the base of our thinking. So it goes beyond about international politics. It relates to our fundamental thinking. So it needs to be based of our thoughts. So we need more in-depth understanding of that. So it's not knowledge taught by schools or the media or the government. It needs to be based on insight that we learn from ourselves, and through that we need to open new paths for our future, and that will create new momentum for our history. So unfortunately, maybe that must be our last or the only hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wish we have more time to have deeper discussions, but in the interest of time, I'm actually pressed for time. The session began a little bit later than scheduled, but despite that, I think I need to ask an additional question. Professor Cho, you mentioned that we need to have consciousness and perspectives regarding consciousness based upon quantum physics. And so instead of moving to the next question, let me now turn to Professor Oreskes. As you taught history of science, Professor Oreskes, if you can also add your insights to Professor Cho's comments. He said that the perspectives of consciousness needs to be actively welcomed and integrated from the quantum physics or quantum science. What do you think about this?
Well, I certainly agree that we need to integrate many perspectives from different branches of science, from the social sciences, from the arts, and from religion and theology. I have to say, I'm a little bit skeptical of attempts to apply quantum epistemologies to social questions, because it seems to me, well, social questions are social and they're different. And one of the lessons of quantum mechanics is that the way the world operates on the quantum level is not the same as the way the world operates on the macroscopic level. And this is a really complicated issue that I hope, Dr. Cho, one day we can meet and sit down over some good tea and have a big discussion about this, because it's a really complicated issue. But sort of a short version of it is, I'm sitting at a table right now. You can't see it, but just here in front of me is a table. And from my perspective, this table is solid. And anyone who came by and put a cup on the table would also agree that it was solid. But quantum mechanics tells us that it's actually mostly empty space. So what do we get from that? I think there's two ways you could take it. So one way would be to push back a bit, if I may, in a polite way, against Dr. Cho's argument, to say that the quantum world is completely different than the macroscopic world. That's one of the lessons of quantum mechanics. And so the idea that we could take the insights of quantum mechanics and apply it in very different domains, I think I would want to question that a little bit. But on the other hand, if the argument is what maybe the really crucial thing that quantum mechanics tells us is that there are all these different dimensions, and that what we see is not necessarily all of what is happening, and being mindful about that, being mindful of the limitations of our capacity to observe the limitations of our capacity to measure and the limitations of our capacity to understand what is really going on in any system. I mean, you could argue that one of the most profound lessons of quantum mechanics is humility, that we think that we see what is happening in the world, but very often we don't actually see it at all. And so in that sense, I'm in complete agreement that quantum mechanics has a lot to tell us. But I also think that when it comes to consciousness, I guess I'm more inclined to think we should be paying more attention to the arts and to theology. And I'll just give you one other example. Earlier today, I was listening to Rachmaninoff's Second Piano Concerto, since we've been having music as a theme here. And by the way, thank you so much for playing the New World Symphony, which is my favorite piece of music ever written in the history of mankind. But one of my other favorite pieces of music is Rachmaninoff's Second Piano Concerto. So if we gather again in 5 years' time, maybe we can listen to that. But what I learned today, which I did not know, even though I've listened to this piece of music many times, is that Rachmaninoff wrote it after recovering from a massive, massive depression. For 3 years, he wrote no music at all. But then he recovered, and that amazing piece of work is somehow an expression of his recovery from darkness and despair. And so I do think that in music and in the arts, there is the reminder, and this relates to Professor Eikenberry's comments too about the horrors of World War II and the Holocaust and the use of nuclear weapons. People, human beings, have the capacity to do tremendous harm, but we also have the capacity to do great things. We have the capacity to repair damage and to repair harm and to rebuild and to find beauty and inspiration even after we've come through very dark periods, or maybe especially after we've come through dark periods. So I do think we're living in a very challenging time, but Professor Eikenberry is also correct that humans have lived through other challenging times. And I guess this is why when I think about climate change, this is my worry, that sometimes I will hear people say, well, we'll rise to the challenge. And I think in my heart of hearts, I believe that we will rise to the challenge. But my worry is that, just as was the case in the mid-20th century, that millions or tens of millions of people will die in the meanwhile, and that we will get to some better future, but there'll be tremendous pain and suffering on that road. And so when I think about consciousness, what I'm really thinking about is, can we find a way to think through this problem to avoid that pain and suffering?
So thank you for that. I asked for a short answer, but you actually gave wonderful answer, so that's better. So I think you really listened to this conversation, but cautiously you opened the door slightly. So next time, maybe Dr. Joe and Dr. Really Orskes can really stand together for a wonderful conversation. But I'm not really worried. Anyways, inevitably we'll go to the round 3. So in the round 3, in terms of planetary transformation, so more specific question relating measures about the future politics and related the insightful civic participations is what I would like to focus on here. And so this is the last round. So let's start with Dr. Joe. Now, you talked about the transcendental engagement through that concept, the current going beyond current hierarchical order dualist thinking. You propose new possibility of new existential and participatory politics. So in this new future, planetary politics, in other words, the citizens of today, how can they embody this transcendent mode of awareness and practice? And how does it differ from traditional state-centered politics, and in what ways might it help drive civilization transformation? I would hope that if you could keep it short, it would be very much appreciated. So let me know when my time is up. Well, that's a really big question, so I don't really know where to begin. Well, everything, if it's related to our consciousness, is really far-fetched from our reality, or it might be really, in other words, radical thinking. But the reason I've been interested in quantum epistemology is the observer's choice or observer's observation. That action ultimately could make the an aspect of quantum viewable, or even hides it. So based on that, you can see the quantum or not. But as an observer in our lives, observing something or thinking about something, the starting point, of course, is because I have consciousness. If I'm coma, unconscious, then I cannot observe. So that conscious or consciousness, how should we look at? So that relates to academic discourse, and I think that is really key question. All science, but natural science and even in social science, we have not really expanded the horizon of related consciousness. That we said it's related to religion or philosophy. Then religion and philosophy, it's studied by us and it's believed by us humans. So is it really well separated from science or natural phenomenon? So I do believe that is very important issue. So if I wrote as my PhD thesis, I would never have earned my doctor's degree. But anyways, I think we need to pay attention to this. The knowledge that we learn in school, or whether we have an open discussion about the net or not, it's still very limited. And if it doesn't come within the limited defined area of hence knowledge from school, then we are thought to be a strange person in our society. But if you look at so-called genius and inventor that really changed our world, their thought process has always been trying to go beyond what is inexistent and what was fixed notion. They are get inspiration from new things and end up creating their own theories and thoughts. But of course, that is not always perfect. But thinking that the theories of today, ideology of today, thinking is absolute and can explain everything is error or arrogance of human. If we were evolved in millions of years and thousands of years, how would have our consciousness or thinking process evolved? It's really hard to think about this. In the history of our consciousness or thinking, we just throw out the thoughts and we just talk about what has touched us. But the structure of thinking that or consciousness that we have now, as we think or as the society or international orders think, I'm not saying they're all wrong. I'm just saying there's always room for improvement. We should always open new doors. We need to have an open mindset and things that we did not discover. Since industrialization, the problems are due to fossil fuels that has become accepted, theories among scientists. But going beyond that, why did we use then fossil fuel? And through that thinking, then and also where is no proactive participation that's coming from society or the government or even me, having all these doors open and think about it relates to the source of what we are, the essence of being, pulling wisdom through that, and through that we find new alternatives. And it's not that there's only a approach. There are different other approaches. So it's all intertwined between human and material, human and nature, and human and universe. So we need to create such a framework of new thinking. So it's not only the things that religion or philosophy can think about. Science could also think about that. So in that regards, quantum science, their hypotheses and what they're observing as a science or measuring, if you think that from human consciousness or thinking perspective, getting information from your surroundings, getting stimuli from surroundings, or going beyond that, how I change, and even some people even go beyond flora and fauna and saying we are also linked to stones or whatever. I'm not really not there, but anyway, the right answer only comes from human senses or thinking as a human. I think that we need to eliminate or drop and open our consciousness. That's what I mean.
The second question goes to Professor Eikenberry. You mentioned that global imaginaries will be important, and from the past to the present, the boundaries of imagination needs to be expanded. And so my question is, many people like myself believes that the United Nations and other international organizations lost their activities and energy, unlike in the past. And so, when you say global imaginaries, and from that perspective, what do you think would be the roles of United Nations and other international organizations?
Well, that's a great question, and I actually want to turn it around and argue that when we ask where will the change be, where will the agents of new global imaginaries come from, where will the green shoots of new thinking, literally green shoots, come from? I don't think they will come from diplomats at the United Nations, however strong or weak that wonderful global body is, which continues to at least symbolically represent the whole, the planetary whole. But I think it will come from young people and the next generation. It was really refreshing and heartening to walk into the classroom for the first time this fall and see 20 young, fresh faces looking at me. And I thought to myself, we need them more than they need us. We don't have a lot to teach them in a certain way because we haven't really done the work of making the world a better place, as we've talked about tonight. And what I tell them is that the most basic insight I can offer is actually from an American Senator, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who gave the inaugural address for the christening or the commissioning of the Woodrow Wilson Center in Washington, D.C. in 1971. And he said in his speech, the way we think about the world shapes how we act in the world. And that's what we do when we teach, when we tell students not what to think, but to encourage them to think and think broadly and don't accept what's come before. There is this in the United States, this view that the generation that fought World War II and that made the peace after World War II is what we call the greatest generation. But I tell my students today that if we're going to survive the 21st century, they will need to be the greatest generation. It will be their extraordinary efforts to reimagine the world. And so that entails rethinking who they are, where they are, how they think about themselves on the planet and the planet in the larger universe. It involves thinking themselves as global citizens. I think of the Greek philosopher Diogenes, who, when he was asked by somebody, "Where are you from?" he said, "I'm a citizen of the world." That was extraordinary for somebody at that age, in that age, to say that. It's even more the case today. And then finally, civil society, not 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 states, not even international organizations, but private people operating across borders, thinking about their shared fate, organizing as scientists, as humanists, as musicians, as people of good will who are trying to operate around the world. And this has been one of the great joys of coming to Kyung Hee as a global eminence scholar every year for many years, because it challenges me to translate my ideas and to hear how people who don't live where I live normally think about the world. So young people, I think, are the hope. Finally, I was listening to music today too. So my favorite piece at the moment, although it does change, is Bach's Brandenburg concerti. And so I have on my iPad or on my iPod, actually Glenn Gould's version of this, both when he was very young and then a recording when he was very old and before he died. And I listened to them back and forth because they do give you a young person's interpretation and then an older person. And as an older person, and as that music, his music shows it's a little slower, a little bit more meditative, not quite the youthful enthusiasm and energy, but together, our generation, older generation, slightly more world weary, like Glenn Gould in the early and late part of his career, you can hear and perceive different things. So I'm hoping that the next generation can provide the energy, the more expansive imagination, and the older generation can say there is a usable past, there is a history, there are things that did work out in the past. There are lessons, both positive and negative, that we can draw, and the next great generation will have the task of trying to push it forward. The great caravan of humanity, finding the pathway, because the pathway is not visible to us now, but the caravan will continue, and the pathway will have to be discovered.
Thank you very much. Actually, I had a question about regarding the future generation, but you already provided the insight. And so let me now ask a question to Professor Oreskes. It's a long question, but let me be brief. So given the fundamental problem of the distortion and fragmentation of scientific knowledge, how can citizens move beyond the passive role of information recipients and emerge as a subjects equipped with ethical sensitivity and active participation? As you understand, and as you mentioned earlier on, there are information and misinformation from the social media. And so how do you think citizens can become critical partners of scientific knowledge? And what's your expectation for the future generations? If you could also be brief.
Yeah, well, it's getting quite late at night here for me, so I will definitely be brief. I think it's a very important question, and I think the short answer to it is we have to not be lazy. We have to take on the reality that we have work to do, that understanding science is not always easy, that it takes time, but that if we want to play our part as citizens, we have to make the effort to be informed. And so I see it really as a partnership between scientists and citizens, that scientists need to do more to reach out, to be accessible, to take the time to spend in their communities. But the rest of us as citizens also have to make an effort to seek out good information, to resist bad information, and not to believe something just because we heard it on social media.
Thank you very much. Now, last question also goes to Professor Cho. You mentioned that the holistic consciousness and transformation and also the acceptance of quantum physics would not be easy for us, but that was very meaningful and insightful for us. And so you mentioned the planetary consciousness and transformation in line with the theme for today's discussions. Would you be giving the younger generation and MZ generation the advices and maybe your requests from that generation?
식사를 하면서 같이 옆에 앉아 있던 학생이 제게 이제 건넨 말이었는데 아마 많은 학생들이 갖고 있는 문제 의식이라고도 생각이 됩니다. 제 얼마 전에 연설문집을 모아서 책으로 발간한 게 있었는데 어떤 그 학생들에게 이제 감사했다.
Recently, I had a dinner with students, and there was recently publications of my lecture series, and they said they read it, and one thing they asked about that to me is that competition that you mentioned in your book of lecture series. You seems to have a negative perception of competition, but the student says, I have always valued the importance of competition. So we talked about that. So what I feel in our society, and maybe not all other countries also, but I think especially in Korea, saying competition as your goal, not many would do that, but I think that seems to be kind of the mood of Korea. Competition is goal because it's very competitive to go into the college, competitive to get jobs. So you hear a lot from your parents, from your peers, from school. So there is this atmosphere that competition is very natural in this society. So again, but I think competition cannot be a goal or end goal, and it cannot be your kind of the result. So we talked about that with the students, but in Korean culture, in kind of meditation or improving yourself, making your inner world deeper or knowledge deeper, or self-discipline or personal cultivation in Korean culture. How can you apply to your journey of life or in your daily life? One side, you could talk about excellence or eminence related to that, but excellence in the current society, social context, excellence relates to competition. So, of course, using these two words interchangeably, some people would not accept that. But we've been too focused on that. So, excellence being deepening your thinking or thinking process is a better definition. And that's what the modern society needs. But So you need to have that mindset. I mean, I wasn't able to say that in that dinner talking about competition. I've just said mindset thinking competition important is important. I only said that. But anyways, nowadays the international society, as I quoted from the UN officials, but we are going to the extremes, and nobody can deny that. We are in a serious, dire situation, so we have to be aware that. So our future generation is very practical, but when it comes to public values compared to our generation, they want fairer society, and of course, same with other societies around the world. So it's a generation that really values fairness. Hence, I believe there is a bigger hope in the future. Thank you very much.
Now the time is up, and so it's time for me to close the special discussions. I wish that we have more time to have further discussions. And I believe that this is something that we can all, the sentiment that we can all share. But I obviously hope that there will be another opportunity to have more discussions in the future. And so let me now bring this special dialogue to a close in the context of civilizational transition, where the urgent need for planetary consciousness and future politics is being strongly called for. I would like to express my gratitude to the three panelists for sharing their insights and solutions. I would especially like to thank Professor Eikenberry and Professor Oreskes for participating in this dialogue for such a long time, even at this late hour. Good night. And I would also like to express my gratitude to the members of Kyung Hee University system who listened attentively, as well as to many people who joined us online. I would like to also thank the members of Kyung Hee Foundation, as well as the GAFC for putting together this important event. Thank you very much. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Cho In-won, Professor Oreskes, and Professor Eikenberry, as well as Professor Song. Through your insightful dialogue, we have deepened our understanding and knowledge of planetary consciousness and future politics, the central theme of this international conference. The next program is a commemorative music performance prepared by the distinguished faculty members of the College of Music at Kyung Hee University. Please enjoy the performance by soprano Yeung Kim, baritone Hyung-kyu Kang, pianist Jung Bum-son, violinist Go Eun-yang, and violinist Jinwan Yoon, and cellist Sojin Hwang. The first piece is Life Deceives You, composed by Hyogun Kim, based on a poem by Russian poet Alexander Pushkin. The song conveys the message that if we endure the sorrows and trials life presents with courage, then in time, tears and pain will pass and joy and happiness will arrive. This piece offers peace, comfort, and hope to everyone gathered here together, and to all those listening through an age of crisis.
슬퍼하거나 화내지 마. 슬픈 날들이 참고 견디면 즐거운 날들 오리니. 세상이 그대를 버릴지라도 슬퍼하거나 화내지 마. 힘든 날들을 참고 견디면 기쁨의 날 꼭 올 거야.
Thanks very much. The next piece is the art song Magnolia, composed in 1974 by Professor Dongjin Kim, the Dean of the College of Music in Kyung Hee University. The lyrics are based on a poem written by Dr. Young-sik Cho, the founder and first president of Kyung Hee University, in celebration of the university's 25th anniversary. The symbols of Kyung Hee are the smiling lion, which embodies strength and magnanimity. and the magnolia, which blooms again after enduring the harsh winter. The lion represents the power to endure trials and the virtue of tolerance, while the magnolia symbolizes vitality, creativity, and a noble humanity. The beloved song Magnolia exalts the aesthetic spirit of striving for a peaceful future for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the College of Music Choir together with faculty members.
그대처럼 우아하고
그대처럼 향기롭게
오늘 사랑 목련화야 그대 내 사랑 목련화야 이곳 순결한 그대 모습 봄에 온 가인과 같고
좋은 겨울 헤치고 봄길 잡을 공연하는 시시대에 선보자요 그대
We once again extend our heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished professors and the choir of the College of Music for their wonderful performance. We're also deeply grateful to all of you who have joined us today, both here at the Grand Seoul and online via webcast. With this, we formally conclude the 44th United Nations International Day of Peace Commemorative Peace Bar Festival. We hope that today's event will remain in your hearts as a lasting resonance of humanity's yearning for peace and our shared hope for the future. We kindly ask the chairman, members of the board, and institutional leaders to exit first, followed by our honored guests. Let us close the ceremony together with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
아까 공지해드린 대로 오후 프로그램이 또 진행이 됩니다. 점심 식사 후에 이곳에서
In 2015, Kyung Hee University awarded an honorary doctorate to Václav Havel, the first president of the Czech Republic, celebrating his philosophy of living in truth and opening new horizons for global citizenship education. 10 years later, on this International Day of Peace, we launched the Havel Dialogue under the theme Civic Values and Participation, Reconsidering the Spirit of Havel. Through Kyung Hee's tradition of peace and the holistic philosophy and Havel's politics of hope, we seek a new pathway to confront today's civilizational crisis. I am Professor Alex Taekwang Lee from Kyung Hee University, and I have the honor of serving as today's moderator. Let me now introduce our distinguished participants in today's dialogue. First, Professor Thomas Sedlacek, economist and philosopher, and who served as an economic advisor to President Havel, and now directs Václav Havel Library. Welcome. And the second, thank you. And Professor Martin Ritter, Deputy Director of the Institute of Philosophy at Czech Academy of Sciences. Welcome. And third participant is Professor Emeritus Park Young-shin, former Gohang Chair at Kyung Hee, who has long explored civil society, social change, and ethical citizenship in Korea, and has been at the forefront of civic and environmental movements. Welcome. And finally, Professor Shin Jin-suk, a Vice Rector of Global Academy for Future Civilization at Kyung Hee University, and she is a scholar of literature. Welcome, everybody. We now begin our first session, which reflects on the meaning of Václav Havel's vision and spirit today, and ask how we may still speak of hope amid crisis and chaos, as we actually have already observed in the earlier session. So to open, we will hear a keynote presentation from Director Thomas Sedlacek on the theme, on the spirit of Havel, how hope is possible amid existential crisis and chaos. Please give big hand to our director speaker.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends rather, dear human beings who have been living in peace and democracy, I suppose, for most of your life, if not all of your life. Let me extend great warnings to you from somewhat similar country like yours, and with a fantastic history, and also I think one of the few countries, together with yours, to be able to carry a message of hope. Now, from Czech Republic, I'm quite sure you will remember a couple of things, but among the, let's say, intellectual contribution that we have given to the world is, without any doubt, the legacy of Václav Havel, and perhaps also Kundera. I saw many people with Kafka shirt, Kundera as well, but I think Kafka is slightly more famous here. When I start with Kafka and Kundera, Kafka and Havel, the interesting thing is this whole idea of paradox and perhaps even absurdity. After reading Kafka, you will come to a quick realization that we live in an absurd world. I mean, our bodies change overnight from human beings to a beetle. There are paradoxical situations, but this paradox is a dark paradox. It's a dark comedy where nobody laughs. And there seems to be no escape from such predicaments. Very few Kafka's stories or novels end up optimistically. Maybe not even a single one. Now, if I may compare this to the thought of Václav Havel, he also speaks in ironies, he uses words that are hard to understand, and he exaggerates the absurdity of us human beings. But unlike Kafka, Havel ends with a positive note because to him this absurdity is not existential, but it's comical. It's a sort of a aspect of reality under which one must find meaning, in which later works of Václav Havel are themselves quite helpful. Now the story of Václav Havel is quite an interesting story from two different dimensions. First is the personal dimension. I mean, you can think of your heroes in fiction that you read. They too often are born into a rich family. Then they very often suffer the fate of being deprived of their kingdom or of their crown. You can think of Luke Skywalker or Paul Atreides or many other heroes that we know come from a noble origin, but then they fall into a pit, a darkness, a difficult state of existence, almost murderers where their life is at risk. But one way or another, and this is what makes them a hero, they don't give up, but they fight through it and they become again what they were deprived of. This is exactly what happened with the story of Václav Havel. He was a naive dreamer who, even in the darkest periods, far more darker than the chaos that we are experiencing right now. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s in former Czechoslovakia, there was no hope. There was no light. Nobody expected or knew that the system will collapse. Nobody also expected, even less so, that the system will collapse quite peacefully. If you compare that to the other collapses of, let's say, imperiums, and if you compare that to how difficult it is, for example, for Ukraine or Georgia to get rid of the Soviet sphere of influence, how much blood it's costing, our freedom, if I may say so, and I'm an economist, came to us at a relatively low price. This, of course, begs the temptation not to be appropriately thankful for it, because we did not, unlike the Ukrainians, for example, we did not have to pay for blood. Especially during the Velvet Revolution, which was also something that was given to Václav Havel as a legacy. If there is one person with whom we connect this quite fantastic revolution, it would be Václav Havel. Now try to think back in your memory which other revolution happened so bloodlessly, which other empire fell apart so smoothly, if I may say so. What is the message for today? The message for today is that it doesn't really matter how dark the darkness was, it can be conquered. And Václav Havel managed to conquer a totalitarian, violent, tank-embraced, full of ideology and very intelligent people working for them. And this regime killed his teacher. Jan Patočka was beaten to death. He passed away after interrogation by the secret police. It was a real threat that life of dissidents was in danger. And yet Havel did not lose hope, which by the way also connects him to the great figures of our history, starting from Plato through Christianity and many other great thinkers whose fate was sealed by violence, and then their students were able to carry the message through on a higher level. So in how many countries does it happen that a philosopher becomes a king? This was sort of a dream vision that Plato once endowed us 2,320 years ago. It's something that rarely happens even in poetic nations such as France or Italy or Germany. It's very rare that somebody who has a soft poetic soul is able to make it through the quite tough and difficult to negotiate, kind of a dog-eat-dog world of politics, and yet in my country it happened. This would sound very, very naive if I was here speaking to you in the 60s, in the 70s, and in the 80s. Nobody would really believe this, that this is possible, and yet it happened. How many countries does it happen that a poet actually changes the fate of not just his country, but also the whole region of Central and Eastern Europe? This is something that we must always bear in mind, that a single person can destroy the totalitarian regime, not with tanks, not with money, not with superb international support, but with this tool, which is called the pen. Sometimes we say that the pen is mightier than sword, but this has really materialized in my very life. In fact, the three of us here from Czech Republic, we happen to be of the same age, the best year to be born, 1977, because we still remember a little bit of how communism tasted and smelled, and how dark it made the people look, and how optimism-less we were. We were 12 when the revolution happened. I was there personally on the 17th of November of 1989, and it was the most exciting political event, or maybe perhaps even an event in my life, to see a coordination of the whole nation without a single cell phone, without a single Facebook. Internet even that didn't exist in those days, let alone cell phones, and yet the crowd behaved like one person. It was really quite amazing. What is the message of Václav Havel today? Why did I choose as the subject the spirit of Václav Havel? Because I think there is a second role that Václav Havel and his legacy has to play in today's world. The first big legacy was during the Velvet Revolution, in which not a single person was killed. And second time perhaps is now, especially for countries like yours and mine, who have embraced the European spirit, if I may so call it. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, this is something that we have given to the world. We've worked for it for 2,000 years, this wonderful thing called democracy, which again was so unlikely that even the great Greek thinkers didn't believe that a democracy could be something that could work in such large scales, such as your country or my country or even United States of America. Francis Fukuyama wrote a very famous essay in 1980 called The Last Man and the End of History, in which he predicted that our system, which is market democracy, will now be exported to the rest of the world. It was a sort of a gospel, good news. It is possible to live morally free and also economically abundantly. This is something quite new in the history of political philosophy and even in the history of ethics. We always believe that prosperity, economic prosperity, goes against morality, that you have to choose. Either you're going to be a virtuous monk, living deprived of the finities of hedonism of our society, or you become a rich man who is almost by default not the one who cares for morality. But let's go back to Fukuyama, and this maybe could be the summary of his message. This was the gospel of of Europe, that in fact both of this is possible. Now, was Fukuyama wrong? I mean, this is a topic that we've debated many, many times, and Fukuyama himself kind of backtracked on his optimistic vision, but I think he shouldn't have. If you think about it, the two components of market democracy are markets and democracy. Now, we have managed to export market capitalism virtually into every corner of the world. Your neighbor is the only 2 or 3 rare examples. But otherwise, even in today's Russia, even in today's still communist China, market is the way to go. We have not invented anything better, despite many attempts to do so. Not even in Greece, where there was a financial collapse in the year 2009 and the left was in power, even then they did not come up with anything else except for a remake of a Washington consensus, if I may say so. We have not done so well with exporting democracy. So while capitalism fared really, really well, and what is a better victory than when your ideological opponents end up using your ideology at the end of the day, which is what's happening in both Russia and China and other ex-communist or still communist countries till today. But when it comes to democracy, your country and my country are one of the few rare examples where not only capitalism took shape, took hold, but also democracy. If you look at China, for example, China is less democratic today than it was, let's say, 30 years ago. Russia is less democratic today than it was 30 years ago. And we can speculate here. We unfortunately don't have our American friends with us, but it would be a very interesting debate whether America today is less or more democratic than it was 30 years ago. The question is not easily answered. It would take perhaps another day or two just to devote to this question. So even such beacons of democracy and capitalism, such as the United States of America, are not secure despite their checks and balances. Europe is a task. This is what Václav Havel always believed. The uniqueness of Europe comes from self-doubt and self-criticism, but it is perhaps something aching to a future suggestion of how nations could cohabitate this earth on a planetary scale together. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of options for a global dominion. Either it will be, as it always has been in the history, where one superpower dominates the other by the use of force, or we come to a situation where there's a balance of forces, 2 or 3 forces, as we see in the fragile situation today, and brief periods of peace exactly in those moments when these superpowers are balanced. Or, and this is the concluding thought with which I leave you, or perhaps we should expand the idea or the spirit of Europe to other countries such as yours, such as Canada or Australia or Japan or other countries that are with us in this beautiful quest of trying to come up with a new model, a model that has worked for less than 1% of history of Europe. If you look at Europe and you count the time and the space of democracy, there were a couple of villages or small towns in the ancient Greek, and there virtually no democracy for almost 2,000 years. And even since the French Revolution, half of Europe was tortured either by Nazi totality or communist totality. It is a time for us to think of a new model of worldly governance, not a world governed by one warlord, but a world that could perhaps adopt what worked in Europe, the most bloody continent, historically speaking, on the face of this planet. And yet, today, we hold no grudges against each other. We trade not only goods and services, but we also trade culture, philosophy, and we would like to offer this method to other parts of the world with the hope that one day European Union and the idea of Europe, after of course many reforms, and we also have to rename it, could possibly become the institutional Salvator Mundi, allowing both peace and prosperity and care for the other living organisms on this planet. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that fascinating presentation, actually, which bring bring us the kind of new insight into Bachelor of Havels, the vision, and then it will give us some kind of another, dream about the other model, all right, which actually could face up with today's crisis. Okay, so now it is my pleasure to invite Professor Park Young-shin to actually another talk. His talk will be about on the contemporary significance of Havel's spirit in theory and practice. Please give big hand to him.
진리는 독수리의 등을 타고 하늘을 나는 자유의 힘.
On the shoulder of an eagle, there's no boundary and there's no stumbling block. As it goes through the hardship and difficulties, Havel actually stands for the truth. He was challenging against the communism, and he was a writer who fought against communism. Once the communism collapsed, he became the first president of the Czech Republic as a political leader. But his historical experience and his political ideology transcend the language and the national boundaries. It transcends the time and geographic boundaries. It strongly resonates with every one of us. And why is the reason? Because his life and thoughts are seeking truth and are pursuing the whole truth, nothing but truth. Democracy is based upon the wisdom of collective individuals. We cannot live alone. Therefore, we accept the wisdom of others and the community, and we live together with us. No one will be able to live on his or her own and cannot abide by his or her own rules. It is only the shared wisdom and care that will make us transcend the boundaries and limitations of each and every one of us. And that was the life that Havel exemplifies. And this life, amongst individuals and amongst different groups, applies equally. A single individual or a single group's benefits should be overcome in order for us to have a connected society. Countries should also work together in order to create a global community. And this also implies that individual countries' benefits should be overcome in order to pursue the common value and prosperity. A single individual and single nation, therefore, should not be confined to the collectivism or totalitarianism that is only focused on their own individual benefits. And therefore, we need to ask questions to this way of life to seek higher values. And also, we need to continue to ask whether we are only limited to the limited values. That is the spirit of Havel. We have the division of power between three branches, which is the base of democracy. And if it is not the case, the democracy cannot be performing well. As we understand, democracy tries to overcome a single-centered power, and that is what is required for the prosperity of democracy. And this transcendentalism has been together with us throughout the history. We have lived in different regions, different societies, and different religions. And so depending upon these contexts, we may value the democracy or the system less or more, but Havel, just like the transcendent sensitivity proposed by the professor of Kyung Hee University, he has used his revolutionary imagination and change the realities. We say that intellectual leaders are sometimes not modest enough. And we sometimes give a lot of warnings about the bleak future. For example, Cassandra, that actually gave the prophecy about the bleak future could be one of the examples. However, Havel was different. He listened to the warnings. He was thinking about the realistic ways and possibilities to overcome these challenges. He had a trust in the role of politics, and he believed in optimism. There was nothing that was absolute about him, but instead he had the responsibility and transcendent sensitivity to go beyond the limitations. He did not value the fixed ideology, but instead he was seeking new possibilities, new ideologies, seeking new ways of life. And this direction is not only limited to a single group of leaders of politics or ideology. Just like Martin Luther's ideology, where the religious leaders were doing the leadership role for the society, Havel believed that it is our noble responsibility to work together with a group of individual citizens. It also has to be shared amongst single individuals. This is something that we cannot avoid because this is a sheer responsibility for us as a citizen. The power is with the citizens and with people. And if that is the spirit of politics, politics will be adapted based upon those who have the power to vote. Now, in terms of the citizens, we do not give our fate or we do not totally depend upon the politics. We instead ask questions to ourselves. Who are we? Are we intellectually equipped enough? And we look at others who are living the contemporary period with us. What can we do in order to be prosperous as an individual and as a society? That's an important question. But we should not miss our perspectives through which we look at the pains and sufferings of people around us and in our neighborhood. And what's more, we should try to go beyond the limitations. That means that we have to look at others in a critical perspectives. We learn the ethics. We develop our ethics ethically. We develop our ethics as well as our values, and that has been the value of Kyung Hee educational system as well. We have been valued the truth in our academic tradition, and we believe that there is a sky and there is another layer of sky beyond that. And that is, I believe, connected to the cosmetarian imagination as well as planetary imagination. The tradition of imagination is linked to transcendence. And we continue to criticize the lack of modesty of humanity. And this requires the spirit of continuously asking questions. And at Kyung Hee University, we have been practicing the spirit of Havel and the teaching of Havel as well as Havel's legacy. We try to overcome the reality. We try to soar into the sky beyond the limited boundaries, just like the truth that is on the shoulder of the eagle that soars through the sky. We have been using the power of our imagination. Thank you.
Havel's, the thought in the context of current political situation. To respond to these two presentations, we will now invite brief responses from 5 minutes each. The Deputy Director Martin Ritter, and then Professor Shin Jin-soo. So, Ritter, you should go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Alex. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this event and for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor. And I would also like to thank our two speakers for their talks. And I don't know exactly how to respond to your talks, but maybe if we are here to think about the possibility of using Havel in our present time, maybe I will put forward some questions because it is, I would say, clear that we live in the time of polycrisis. We have climate crisis, we have geopolitical crisis, we have climate change. And the question is how to deal with this polycrisis. And if you read Havel, and if you read his writings, and if you try to understand his political engagement till he became the president of the Czechoslovakia and then Czech Republic, you can see in his writings and essays much emphasis on the necessity of the inner change, that we must change ourselves in our character. We can also say that it's some kind of spiritual change. We can see that Havel somehow succeeded in his fight against the system. And my question to both speakers would be, what's the connection between this inner change of each individual and the political change of a society as a whole? Because I think if you want to change the system you live in, it seems almost impossible to change it by changing your conscience and your behavior. So what's the relation between this inner and the outer world? And maybe we could discuss this also in the context of Havel's quite famous idea of so-called anti-political politics. I would prefer to call it non-political politics, by which he means that we need to do this anti-political politics because politics tends to become a technology of power, and it's not enough. But I spoke about Havel's writings before he became Czech president because after 1990, I think that he was very much engaged in realpolitik, if not realpolitik. So is there a difference between Havel as a playwright and between Havel as a politician, or was it still anti-political politics? So my apologies that I have questions and not answers, but I would like to discuss this.
So I really like the approach of going straight into the debate. I think this is very much in our Czech nature. I call it pre-political thinking. There is some assumption that the body of politics needs in order to operate, full stop, and definitely it needs those in order to operate well. Education, for example, a common language, a common meaning of symbols, a common interest. But also, to be just very brief and continue on one of your points, is the question of this spiritual dimension of a human being. And I don't mean anything oozy, I mean the free will, which is different from even two people who were born at the same country, educated very similarly, and were born at the same time. And this to me is the answer to your first very good question, and that is the link between a personal and the political. And I think Professor said it beautifully, and I had many thoughts while I was listening to you, that you said it very well, that we democracy is a shared wisdom. And it's very much similar to economics, if you don't mind me saying so. Adam Smith discovered that we are a collective animal. We produce things 100 times or even 1,000 times better if we cooperate. This is his famous example with a pin. Yeah, if we made each one of us pins, we would maybe make 20 pins a day. But if we worked in specialized, you do one part, I do another part, and we are linked with some bureaucracy or some organizational system, we would produce in the same day maybe 1,000 pins. So the message of that is a secret message that you are not a human being that starts here and ends here, but that we are we are in fact a collective animal divided into many small independent circles. And this is also my answer to your brilliant question about the link between the personal and the collective. As much as you cannot produce a car, you cannot even produce a pen. A simple wooden pencil would be impossible for any human being on this earth ever in history to produce. But collectively is not a thing. It costs maybe 10 cents. That's how effective we are in producing impossible things for the individual. And I think the same goes for the pursuit of truth. In other words, I would claim that it's impossible for you to find truth alone. And this, to me, is the miracle of democracy, that people should have the same language, we should use the same currency, we should have the same law, but inside of that, each one of us should be and must be able to follow their own spirit, their own, be it music or philosophy or art, and somehow we are much closer to the truth when none of us is sure of it.
Okay, great. Professor Park Young-shin, could you respond? Automatically.
예,
Thank you very much. I think it's a common task for all of us. As Thomasy has just added and elaborated, I am very interested in the example of Adam Smith. And I think that's a very pertinent example. And in my case, as a social scientist, I believe that even before the National Wealth by Adam Smith, I am more interested in the ethical sensitivity or ethical emotionalism by Adam Smith, which means that the human being as a whole have the capacity of compassion. That's the premises behind his belief. In other words, if your neighbors are suffering, you can have the compassion to feel for your neighbor. If your neighbors are happy, you also have the capacity to have the compassion for their happiness. And that is what makes the society working. And that is what makes us a member of the society. That itself is a system of society on its own. And at the same time, if we look at the Hebel's legacy, we can also nurture and stimulate the compassion amongst people that goes beyond the limitations of human being. If we're not able to do that, we may fall into the pitfall of selfish ideology or selfish care for themselves alone. And therefore, we always have to strive to achieve the goal of life that goes beyond the limitations of our own. If that is to become the common sense of belief and philosophy of a system, we will have a healthier community and healthier democracy. And if not, we won't be able to have those. And each country has different level of those capacities. Some countries are just striving to overcome the hunger, and they may not have the leeway to go beyond the level of overcoming the hunger. And maybe there are countries who are well above that level. It will be different in different times. Democracy is not easy, and it is not free. And it is not fed by blood. But rather, it depends on the responsibility that individuals have and the responsibility that's shared amongst the members of the society to have really a deep democracy.
I think actually that we need kind of some transcendental morality to reflect on the real politics. I think Professor Shin Jin-suk also had some idea to respond to these talks.
네, 사실은 그 두 분 발
Listening to these two presentations, especially Professor Park's lecture, I found to be very poetic. And, Director Sedlacks also talked about poetic thinking. And so knowing specifics of the Havel's philosophy is important, but feeling it with your heart and understanding his nuances is also, I find, very important. At the same time, how your inner changes the world. This kind of hard and solid world you're living in, how can we change with something that is not visible with our hearts? It's something we are now focused on. And I believe your mind or heart has waves. And I'm not the only one that have that. The mind or heart can go through people, and through that passage that goes through person to person. Even if I'm far away with other people, I can still feel connected. But at the same time, even if you are next to each other, you could also feel you are not together or connected. So as Havel said, that kind of waves is the miracle of existence, and it will be the mysterious part of our lives. And it could also maybe embracing the transcendent sphere. And listening to your two presentations, post-totalitarianism that Havel also said, we could also think about. And I think Dr. Du Young-sing, founder of Kyung Hee, while criticizing the modern civilization, he also said that if we don't have creative consciousness and we become enslaved life, that is not good. And so he criticized that. That was in 1970s. So that was what the world looked like. So auto-totality of Havel, where totalitarianism becomes automated. Havel criticized such a world, and he might have simplified it, but he actually said life itself could win over the auto-totalitarianism. I think he says that life itself, from that comes the ultimate power. So existential revolution, when we talk about that, the foundation is, I believe, is life. Hence, in the totalitarianism, within its power system, every day draws in the power, so that within the system itself becomes the people, and within the system you are no longer victor or oppressor, but to overcome that and to get out of that, focusing on life and getting the sense of transcendence and life, or the possibility of focusing on life itself, can be learned from the power of the powerless. I think that's what Havel said. So maybe if you could talk more about that, I think it would be very much appreciated.
I think that's a very important question. And I fully agree with your thoughts. Czech is a small country, but Korea really looks to Czech examples a lot, especially at Kyung Hee University. We often have discussions about Havel's legacy and have meetings around Havel's legacy. As a member of Kyung Hee community, that's also a very pertinent topic to me, a very important topic to me as a scholar. And one of those the thinkings that I have is the post-totalitarianism. And Havel was in the middle of communistic system and was talking about the ways to go beyond and overcome the communistic system. But he did not stop there. He talked and thought about the efforts that can be shared by communities around the world. That is why we value Havel's legacy. We want to have discussions and dialogues with Havel. Maybe other universities have the sense of transcendence, but in case of Kyung Hee, where we value the truth, Havel is really the key persons whose belief is closely related to the value of Kyung Hee. And that is why I believe the totalitarianism at the latter part is an important context for us. And as Dr. Shin has just mentioned early on, we may be located closely in a spatial aspects, but sometimes we lack compassion. We lack the sense of community with people in the same space. For example, if you go to a cafe or a coffee shop, each and every one of us may just look at our phone screens, or we're not connected to each other or communicating to each other, even if we are sitting in the same space. And so we don't talk to each other heart to heart. And so this dull sense or lack of connectivity may be a difficult situation for us to really have a true sense of connectivity. I'm not giving an answer, but I think this is a question that we have to keep on asking.
You have any response? Yeah.
I think it was an outstanding point with this poetic life. It also is a curious thing that one of the key contribution, I think, of Václav Havel, which are often overlooked, is that he showed that it is possible to combine poetic life with realpolitik. And he did that by continuing in his poetic work after 13 years of presidency. And I had the honor as a 24-year-old boy to work with him. Every day he would have, Dalai Lama next to him, a freedom fighter from Belarus next to him, George Soros next to him, an economist next to him, and they would change 15 minutes and every day from all different dimensions of life. I don't know how he dealt with that. It looked a little bit sometimes in the waiting chamber, it looked like a circus, if you forgive me, because there was a dancing choir from Tibet and a magician from America visiting, or Bono sitting next to him. And thinking of Martin Heidegger, who wrote a beautiful piece about poetically lives a man. I think Havel would add to that is the only way how a person can live. And he would perhaps not call it, or maybe he would call it poetical life, the only life possible, but he could also call it the life in spirit. And another beautiful, almost a poetic, but also a practical contribution of Václav Havel is this words, truth and love. Now it's very difficult for me to explain this outside of my country, but Bohemia is a country where we debate this for 30 years. It has even become a political slur used against this Havelian policy by our previous two presidents. They turned the words truth and love into a jest, into a mockery. So I believe you heard this many times as well, we were called the truth lovers, the naive, little bit idiots who believe in something as crazy as a combination of truth and love. When he spoke of truth, he didn't mean truth in a mathematical definition or in the Aristotelian definition of truth, of the equivalence between a symbol and an object. So this is a speaker. I have just used a common affirmation for this object, which we use the wave sound frequencies that sound speaker. It in fact has nothing to do, the word speaker has nothing to do with this object. he didn't mean that, let's say, if I may say so, trivial or limited understanding of truth. Perhaps I would use the word authenticity. This is a modern word that we haven't used 30 years ago. It's quite often used today. The life in truth is the life where you are living according to the poetry inside of you, and you are not reading the world scientifically, but phenomenologically. You're reading the essence of things. When you drink water, you don't really care about the molecular, or even if you don't know anything about the molecular composition of water, the water will give you not only refreshment, that it also is a symbol, for example, for life or for refreshing, or perhaps of freedom to many people. So this, again, to be able to combine this with the body of politics and survive, not for 4 years, not for 8 years, but for 13 years, and still have this poetic yearning, because I think it's a difficult thing to have inside of you. It always wants to come back and never fully does. You never hear a poet that he said, now I wrote the perfect poem, I'm done. Now I finally painted the painting the way I wanted to paint it, I'm done. Nor do you know of a philosopher who would say, okay, now this is it, that's the book, I will not write anything better since. It wants to come out, it doesn't never completely come out. But the fact that he didn't kill it in himself, and the fact that he was a very successful politician, a president by all standards, despite the fact that he never studied it, is another hope for this world, that you can be powerful without understanding the structures of power, let's say, scientifically.
Great, actually, yeah. I think what Professor Shin Jin-suk discussed is impressed me. The kind of echo, of the Bachelor of Havel to the philosophy of life, and then we actually, Thomas, we actually quite shed light on that, possible link between the Bachelor of Havel and this kind of a political, the philosophy, as well as some kind of a philosophy of life too. That's why actually this is a really interesting topic. I think I want to actually preserve this topic for the more discussion, after 2 more talks from the Martin and then Professor Shin Jin-suk, all right? So we now turn to our second session, which places Haber thought within tradition of Eastern European philosophy, while also connecting it to Kyung Hee's vision of wholeness in order to explore the sensibility of future citizens. So first we will hear from the Martin Ritter, who will speak on Haber thought as continuation of Jan Patočka philosophy. And then following this, Professor Shin Jin-suk will talk about the inner cosmic context, transcendence, and the wholeness and thought of Miwon and Haber. So now actually we hand to Martin to deliver your talk.
Okay, thank you again. What I would like to bring to this discussion are the connections between the ideas of Václav Havel and Jan Patočka, 2 thinkers who, in the face of totalitarianism, reconceptualized politics as an existential act. And although they came from different backgrounds and different milieus, because Havel was a playwright and dissident, and Patočka was a philosopher, their paths crossed intensely through Charter 77, a human rights initiative that challenged the Czechoslovak government's failure to uphold basic civil rights. And although Charter 77 is usually remembered as a political document, it was fundamentally an ethical one too. It did not propose an ideology nor call for a revolution. It simply demanded that the state adhere to its own commitments to human rights. And Patočka, who was almost 70 years old at the time, agreed to become one of the 3 official spokespersons for Charter 77 alongside Havel and Hayek. And he viewed his involvement in Charter 77 as part of what he termed care of the soul, a Socratic imperative to live truthfully, regardless of the consequences. And his death, following prolonged interrogation by the secret police in March 1977, marked a tragic turning point in the Czech dissident movement, and Patočka's funeral became a significant event in the anti-communist resistance. And it is no coincidence then that Patočka dedicated his most famous essay, The Power of the Powerless, written in 1978, to Patočka, and that he, in 1990, as president of Czechoslovakia, unveiled a memorial plaque on Patočka's birthplace in Turnov. Now I would like to turn to Havel's essay written in 1984 called Politics and Conscience, because here we can see many connecting points between Patočka and Havel. Havel offers here a diagnosis of the contemporary global situation, and he criticized the modern rational worldview. It was mentioned today in the morning. This worldview that reduces the world to what objectifying science shows us, arguing that such a concept does not allow for subjective experience, including morality. And against this, he proposes with Patočka a more original so-called natural world, as described by phenomenology. And the modern world, Havel claims, following Patočka, is dominated by what he calls the reign of the day, and Patočka uses also the term the reign of the force. And this is a worldview that does not see the world in its complexity and thinks that technocratic control can deal with all of its problems. And however, this worldview displaces truth, responsibility, and the human spirit, and such displacement is not exclusive to authoritarian regimes. It is global, says Havel in 1984, and it affects liberal democracies too, where freedom is often reduced to market choice and political spectacle. And for both Patočka and Havel, the real threat is not simply totalitarianism in its classical form, but what Havel termed global totalitarianism, a system in which people willingly relinquish moral responsibility in exchange for comfort, security, or distraction. And in this view, the whole civilization is in danger of becoming a system without a truth or a soul. And it is important to know that Havel and Patočka criticize liberalism neither from right nor left, but from the perspective of existential ethics. And they argue that freedom is not merely freedom from coercion, rather it is the freedom to live meaningfully, truthfully, and responsibly. And they both saw liberalism's focus on individual rights as inadequate unless it is rooted, as was also mentioned already, unless it is rooted in a sense of shared responsibility for the world. So it's freedom for truth, for justice, and for the care for others. So they warn that liberal democracies can hollow out this deeper sense of freedom by reducing it to consumer preference or procedural legality without any sense of shared moral purpose. And in response to the concept of politics as a technology of power, Havel introduced this idea, also mentioned idea of anti-political politics, which is not an escape from politics, but a redefinition of it. This politics doesn't require ideology, but conscience. But the question is, of course, how to make this politics possible, and here I think Patočka's concept of the solidarity of the shaken is crucial. By this he means a sense of community that is formed not through ideology, not through identity, but through a shared experience of existential vulnerability. It's a realization of fragility and responsibility of life. And one can claim that in many ways, Charter 77 itself was a living expression of this solidarity, uniting individuals, many of them were strangers, by their willingness to speak the truth in the face of fear. So today we face different crises, and the world is perhaps more complicated than it was in the times of Patočka and Havel, but we can still see the reduction of the world to simple formulas, or even worse, to power as one of the main risks, maybe the most important risk. And this is why the call for anti-political politics, for solidarity of the shaken, most of all, for truth-telling as a political act, is as urgent today as it was in the 1970s. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. As Professor Park Young-shin already mentioned, a relation between the Bachelor of Havel and Jan Patočka's philosophy, and then Martin Ritter's talk is clarified, how it has practical meaning of that, the link. Okay, next is Professor Shin Jin-suk will present on the cosmic context, transcendence and the wholeness in thought of Miwon and Havel. Please hold a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까? 하벨과 미원의 경영.
And Miwon is Dr. Cho Young-sik, founder of Kyung Hee. So, on transcendence of wholeness of cosmic context through the thoughts of Havel and Miwon is what I would like to talk about. We are now living amid an unprecedented convergence of crisis, climate change, the nuclear threat, acceleration of technological innovation, deepening social polarization, and spread of anxiety. The future grows increasingly uncertain. So we have to ask, is hope possible? To answer this question, I'll draw upon two coordinates. One is Václav Havel's Czech democratization with call of existential revolution. Elder Dr. Cho, Miwon, founder of Kyung Hee, call for revolution of consciousness. So he talked about talks about living within the lies. That's what it said late totalitarian society to be. The moment one complies with the false rituals demanded by system, one recognizes it, sustains it, and ultimately becomes the system itself. By refusing this lie and choosing instead of life within the truth, Havel argues the individual's existential decision becomes the inherently political act. He called this an existential revolution or pre-political politics. So political change, he believed, does not begin with institution, but within our inner life. And he says every human being longs for dignity, moral integrity, for transcendence beyond the mere existence. And this longing awakening us, and small acts of integrity accumulate into force that shakes the system from within. For Havel, this is the true starting for politics of hope. Dr. Cho Young-sik likewise called not for mere institutional reform, but for revolution of consciousness in the ruins of war and the Cold War. In his work Reconstruction of Human Society, he critiqued the dehumanization caused by alienation in technical civilization, destruction of nature and environment, and bureaucratic rigidity in modern society. He argued that humanity must redefine its role and responsibility through a revolution of mind, a transformation of consciousness. This was not simply a matter of changing values, but reshaping the very consciousness of civilization itself. For Miwon, Dr. Cho, the era of war produced by modern civilization must be transformed into era of peace. To achieve this, human consciousness must be re-examined at its roots, and creative will must be restored. Despite the differential cultural and historical context, both Havel and Miwon sought a new politics of hope in the face of collapse of grand ideologies and crisis of modern civilization. Their common ground lies in grounding hope within a transcendent dimension. And their politics of hope can be within there. So our world and our life, knowing that it is depend on something. And for Havel, he called it self-awareness. As I said, recognize one's life bound to the world and to history. During the Velvet Revolution, he emphasized this civic self-awareness. And what enables such awareness, he said, it came from self-transcendence. Through self-transcendence, humans can move beyond their boundaries and thus approach a universal ethic of humanity as one family. His notion of transcendence extended outward to those near us and to those distant, to strangers, to the human community, to all living beings, to nature, and to the cosmos itself. And he said that was transcendence. As he said, a striving for human harmony, even with what is distant, is an awareness of the mysterious interconnectedness of all things that together constitute a single world with us. In this sense, responsibility spoke of, as he once declared at the World Economic Forum in Davos, can be called transcendent responsibility. He believed humanity must once again take root in the cosmos, that politics and ethics must be rebuilt upon the conviction of the world in a reality imbued with spirit. And Miwon, for his part, envisioned a co-creative cosmos in which all beings participate. So for him, the duty of peace extended beyond humanity to encompass the entire planetary community of beings. Peace in his thought was not for human alone, but inherently holistic, a peace for all beings. So in other words, he called for holistic peace. Underlying this was Miwon's new cosmology. The cosmos that he thought about is neither fixed neither are there some of individual entities. Nothing is fixed, everything is in constant change, where new realities continuously emerge. Humanity exists within this dynamic network of being, not as the center, nor as a detached observer, nor as a mere object, but human as a participant within this cosmetic process. And according to Miwon, this universal movement in which everything is connected with everything else, with the term total mutual harmony. And thus, human beings are the member of this cosmic society, and as such, the responsibility given to human becomes very clear. Since we live within one vast invisible network, we must understand human responsibility with a holistic web that connects self and others, nature, history, and future generations. Human beings, as active agents endowed with creative will, can open new realities within this web. For Miwon, this vision of holistic peace for all beings pointed toward a planetary society where all existence could flourish together. Today's crisis asks us this question: what is hope? Hope is neither naive optimism nor abstract consolation. Hope is the form of conscience that compels us to choose truth here and now. The remaining question is one we must ask ourselves: what kind of hope will we choose today? Thank you very much.
And she actually emphasized resonance between the Miwon is founder of Kyung Hee University and Bachelor of Havel. So I think I will invite, Martin and Tomasi to comment, some more response to this talk. Sorry, actually, Tomasi and Park Young-shin, sorry.
I was very, very diligently following your thoughts, and many of my own thoughts were kind of born. And while you were talking, I was comparing let's say, the totalitarian spirit with the free spirit. And I mean, for those of you who know Star Wars as a sort of a guide, you can think of Jedis and the Sith. The dark side, where there is one ruler, only one Sith there is, only two there are, master and an apprentice. And the apprentice agrees with everything that the master says in the dark side of force. And the moment that the apprentice starts questioning or criticizing or even raising his or her eyebrow, there is a problem between the Sith and the apprentice. I don't want to hint to anything, but if you recall the recent skirmish between Trump and Elon Musk, this was a perfect example of a debate within that totalitarian regime. You either agree, either it's my way or a highway, and it's a total war. And you know that it almost ended up in a sort of total political war. So in this Jedi world, there is no master Jedi, there is a council of Jedis, and they seek truth together, somewhat little bit in a semi-meditative state. It is also significant to remember that the path of Václav Havel that I tried to describe here a little bit ended in the most beautiful and spiritual and poetic way, because he handed his last days on this earth to Dalai Lama, and he couldn't have chosen a better spiritual leader. Of course, he also could have chosen the Pope, but that wouldn't be so nice. In this world of freedom and democracy, which we believe in, truth is shared. In the totalitarian world, truth is one, and that is the truth of the ruler, and that truth is not in any way debated. The solidarity of the shaken doesn't exist in the totalitarian world. There is a certain transcendence, because we must believe in universality of human values. We must also believe in, once we're talking about the universal moral values, I would also like to extend your thought and try to think not only of this earth, but try to really think of the universe in the sense of the entity that started in a Big Bang. Is there morality outside of human existence? Well, Havel started this thought in one of his books, but he never said it quite this far, so let me just, at the risk of slight misinterpretation, and also we don't have so much time, there are absolute moral values even in the dead universe outside of this planet. So if the universe ceased to exist, if it imploded back into nothingness, this would be evil by any measurable standards of any living entity, be it biological or angelic or based on some other form of life. So we have absolute evil, which would be non-existence. This is something that the Greeks already discovered, that existence is better than non-existence. And then what would be the ultimate goodness of such a universe? Well, that is harder to say, but for sure a complex university where differences in entities exist. This speaker is different from the carpet. This carpet is different from my nails. My nails are different from the atoms that are reacting in the heart of the sun. It's a complex universe. It's a very colorful, complex, non-unified universe where there is no one form of entity higher than the other. So with this basic scheme of absolute evil, non-existence, and absolute good, most complex universe which harbors beings that can enjoy a whole day by just waving air. I mean, nothing happened here the whole day. We were just talking. And in fact, this is what most of you do in your job. You don't work, you talk. And professors and also managers and everybody else, we live in such an abstract world where we can make 70% of GDP just by words. Services, banks, insurances, those are just clusters of words, and these words are very precise, and they must be free in order for banking to exist, for example. So there is the power of many, the power of powerless, and then there is the power of one, which is always the end game of a totalitarian ruler, is to concentrate the power and freedom only in one entity. So we all know who is the ruler of Russia. We all know who's the ruler of China. We all know who's the ruler of the United States of America, if I may say so. Who's the ruler of Europe? We don't have one. So in this regard, we are using the power of the powerless nation states, like, let's say, Czech Republic in a global setting is powerless, but we become a very powerful market when we combine. So we could even perhaps debate this, whether the power of powerless is stronger than the, no matter how concentrated, power of tanks in the hand of one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So really, that's why he's an economist, I think. Settled down. We locate this discussion in the very real political context. And then, so Professor Park Young-shin, could you have any question or comment on this discussion?
Thank you very much, Martin. You also gave me a lot of food for thought. My interest in Havel led me to study further about Jan Petruszka's life, his works, and his thoughts and ideas. As we understand, Havel was also influenced by Jan Petruszka, and as a scholar, I also learned a lot from the life of Jan Petruszka. He spent about 69 years of his life here, but he only spent a short period of his time in university because of the Nazism and because of the oppressions associated with that. However, more than any other philosophers, he had a strong impression and influence over to the life of people in Czech Republic. He was the co-chairperson of Charter 77, and he emphasized the responsibility to care for those who have no power and who are powerless. And in the era where the technological civilization is dominating the world, he emphasized the importance of the very fundamentals of human nature. And I believe that we need to pay more attention to these teachings. We talk about tradition, we talk about Dostoevsky's Karavatov brothers, and that's what we can learn from the life of Ivan Karavatov. If there's no God, everything will become allowed, and human beings may even elevate themselves over to the status of that of God. And that's what Petruszka have taught us and warned us, and Martin, I believe, has emphasized on this. And I hope that we need to develop more sensitivity and sense of transcendence to learn the insights from those discussions. And as I was listening to Professor Shin's speech, we have been taught to be abrupt and agile in adjusting ourselves over to the system. However, we need to have the hunger for truth, ultimate truth, even if that means that we go against the established system. When we do learnings, when we do studies, what are we seeking to learn and what are we seeking to develop? I believe that that's for us to expand our perspectives. And to do that, to have broader perspectives, we need to go over the hill to have broader perspectives. And I believe that's connected to the wholeness that we teach and value at Kyung Hee and under the philosophy of Miwon's Chansunghwa or holistic view. And I believe that that's what Professor Shin has emphasized.
Yeah, give a short response. Thank you very much. I think that I would claim that it's even impossible to fully understand Václav Havel's thought without reading Patočka, because like many crucial things are inspired by Patočka, and because here transcendence was mentioned many times. I would just say that when Patočka speaks about the solidarity of the shaken, what he means in the last instance is that why those people are shaken? They are shaken because they are able to realize that in the world there is nothing solid, that all beings are fragile, and there is no ultimate value in the world. And it's also the moment when the transcendence comes into play. But it's a form, I would say, of something like a negative theology. It's not, there is no like positively describable transcendence, but it's important that the shaken are shaken because they understand that like this world is not enough, to put it very simply.
Okay, Shin-Jin-suk, Professor Shin-Jin-suk, you have any response?
Well, Miwon and Havel, when we looked at these two people together, I focused on politics of hope, disturbing the peace. In his book, Havel, I think chapter 3 talks about politics of hope. So what is hope? Hope is not we don't do that because it's possible. We do that because it has meaning. So in that context, it's very related to the thoughts of Dr. Jo Miwon. There are many questions we can pose in our times, but because it's very hard to hope, we actually think a lot about hope. And I recently read that those that hope do not consume. So by consuming hope, we try to forget, situations that are hopeless. We try to ignore them and forget them. And that sentence itself, therefore, has a lot of layers. So when we talk about identity, other things, there are also different layers. In the late totalitarianism, the totalitarianism he talked about, and for Miwon, seeing cosmos as a whole, or his thoughts on holism or holistic view, there is a slight difference. So totality is trying to be uniform. Holism or wholeness is about giving multiple directions, or talking about the multipleness of the lives and living. And that is also what I wanted to more think about. So we live in a time where we need hope, and through Havel and Miwon, I feel like we're getting new messages. And the context, not about past, but I think they are not about people of past, but they actually are living with us.
I think actually that explanation is about wholeness is really important, because actually, as far as I understand, the totalitarian aspect is definitely a centralization, the desire towards centralization, but the wholeness or holistic philosophy of the world more like decentralizing, the way of thinking. So I think actually we would find out some common shared idea, in this sense. And that's why what you comment, about the current situation of Europe, really interesting. Every country at the moment is have a centralized power, like as Hegel described, despotic, the system. But Europe, you don't have any despotic system at the moment. Really, very interesting insight. So we very smoothly move to the discussion section. I think you will have many, you would have many questions. So I think actually we should, proceed this discussion further. And then with this, actually the idea, and then I would like to pose two common questions to our panelists. And then I will open actually to the floor for collecting questions. So question one, amid today's existential crisis, what decisive transformation do you consider possible? And the question two, I have two questions. And what role should future citizens take in overcoming these crises? And how might they cultivate ethical responsibility required to drive societal transformation? So actually, actually already we exchanged lots of profound and very complicated ideas. So could you actually clarify your talk and your idea, which was already unfolded, through your talks or some your discussion? So I will invite, our panelists to this the more discussion. So Tomasi, and then this way.
So you called it the crisis, existential crisis. So it is not an existential crisis in the question of biological existence. This we had much more in the past, where, let's just say in the year 1800, 220 plus years ago, 81% of mankind living on this planet were dying of starvation. Today it's still a lot, but it's around 8% of the human population being malnutritioned. This is something that you don't know in your country, nor do I, but you did know it 2 generations ago, very severely. I mean, you really have, in this terms of existential crises, in the real kind of existential. So you've been the miracle of this world, really something fantastic, especially with the glitch image of the northern difference. Same people, same language, same culture, same history, same geopolitical situation. North Korea is even much richer in natural resources than you are. And the same thing happened with Western and Eastern Germany. Eastern Germany was richer after the Second World War. And it's just because one system allowed the free spirit to work. And it's really quite a miracle of working of this spirit, because each one of you gets to choose what you want to do. Nobody coordinates you like we did during, let's say, the communist regime. How is it possible that we do have enough of doctors? Of course, the invisible hand of the market plays a little role, that if there is too many doctors, then the wages go down. But no matter at what wage, you would not turn me into a dentist. The fine-tuning is done by the markets, let's say, but the heavy fighting, the heavy existential load is carried by something that we don't even coordinate. So we are not talking about existential crises in terms of lack of food or shelter. We also don't talk of intellectual existential crises. Everybody can not only attend universities these days much freer than 200 years ago, but it was only a matter of a very short elite that could actually have the time not to work on the fields. So we don't talk about existential crises physical, we don't talk about existential crises intellectual. So what crises, what existential crises are we talking about? I would claim it's a crisis of meaning. It's a crisis of spirit. This is what Václav Havel, he uses the term spirit very much. If you want to read one short piece from him, I would recommend the letter to Husák, which doesn't look like a philosophical essay because it's called Letter to President Husák later. But it is a fantastic philosophical piece, if I may say so, about the nature of the spirit, that the spirit is something that will never be crushed. And what do we mean by spirit? We had the Georgian president, the coup d'etat Georgian president Zurabishvili at our library 2 months ago, and I asked her a question: how does a totalitarian regime crack into a free society like Georgia, for example, or Ukraine, or Hungary and other countries, or United States of America, perhaps even. And she said an interesting thing. She says, you know what they do? Every area of life has an elite. It doesn't just mean intellectual elite, but carpenters have an elite carpenters. The cooks have an elite, or taxi drivers or house cleaners have an elite. This is the part of the industry that is different, it's inspirational, it invents new things, and others look up to them, not because they have to, but because they want to. And what the totalitarian regime does is that it chops off this one, maybe half a percentage, maybe even less of the entity. It chops that person off, silences him or her, one way or another. And then when they remove this spirit of the industry, do you know with what they replace it? With nothing. And you leave the country for 1, 2, maybe 3 years without the spirit, without inspiration, without meaning of the industry, and that then the country is ready to be taken over and you don't even need tanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my hypothesis, is that we are suffering an existential crisis of meaning, and this is why, let's say, the totalitarian regimes win, because they offer a story. Let's return to the traditional values. Traditional values is another word for dead spirit. There is nothing new. It just needs to be conserved and preserved, and you need to look like your grandmother looked like in a traditional dress, and you have to dance the traditional dances. This is the meaning of life. Whereas our, let's say, this ship of fools, liberal society, seem to have lost its spirit. And we heard it even many times today in the morning. We have this is very often called the modernist vision. We have no story, we have no grand narrative. We are lost in terrific abundance. My last comment to this is that we need to create or believe in a story that doesn't need to be fabricated. It's just enough to read the statistics of what happened to Korea in the last 50 years, what happened to the Western civilization for 200 years. You will be hard-pressed to find a single statistic in which we are worse today than we were 200, 100, or 50 years ago. I always like to ask these people, what other time of history and what other place, what other society would you like to live in? The Roman society or the Greek society, where women didn't have voting rights and you were slaves half the time? Is there, really, take it seriously, try to think which other dominion that existed on this earth would you trade for your life today? And if you cannot find an answer, then it could mean that we are living in the most preferred, optimal time. Not perfect, but best that we have. And that alone is a fantastic story.
Quite a pessimistic optimism.
It's an optimism, it's because we also believe that optimism is stupid. And we believe that there is optimism, then there is, the real people, the realists, and then there is pessimists. Pessimism is not a viable life society. Just imagine, and I don't want to take too long, just imagine 2 hunter-gatherers, and there's an antelope running by, and one of them says, we'll never catch it. These hunters would, die very quickly. The optimist will run, maybe he doesn't catch it, maybe next day, yes. Maybe in 3 days, maybe in 2 weeks. But you have to have hope, not optimism, but hope that you maybe catch it. Even if there is a 5% probability, you should still do it. So optimism, reading the history of all mankind, optimism is much more realistic than pessimism.
Great.
Okay, thanks. I would say that I fully disagree with the idea that we live in the best world so far. So
give me
No. I will continue in my. So I disagree with this idea, and I'm very pessimistic about our current situation, and so I see many reasons or many obstacles to make the world a better place at the moment. So I'm rather pessimistic, and I see impossibilities. And if I had to say what I mean that is needed, I would say that we need like more educated citizens, basically. And I think that it's made impossible basically today by primarily big technological companies, because they are interfering with the public. So we need to regulate this to make like the public sphere possible. So that would be the first point, and maybe the second. I think that we need like much more stronger global institution like the UN and so on, because they are now they are not respected, I would say, and we need to change this. So, and I could continue, but I'm pessimistic, but I think that's no need.
Yeah, great. 박영씨.
I also remember the letter that Havel wrote to President Husak. And in that letter, if I remember it correctly, he said, Husak, you have to love the truth. And that tradition is what we have to value. And I sometimes talk about this as well. I don't believe that this quest for truth is limited to a single society. I believe that this is based upon our common efforts to pursue this further. But in other societies, the pursuit for truth is suppressed and crushed. And so there is a difference in terms of how the truth is valued and pursued, depending upon the time and the geographic region. And in that sense, I really envy Czech Republic, because this is a society where the truth is really valued with a deep tradition. Professor Lee has also translated this book, and this book includes Havel's speech in Stanford University back in 1974. In his address, he said that in each civilization they have different tradition, and each tradition has to be valued and respected. And back in 1994, that was actually the speech back in 1994. And 1 year prior to that, if you can recall what had happened back in 1993, the U.S. political scientist Samuel Huntington has wrote a landmark paper about the clash of civilization. That was back in 1993, and that paper became later a book, which was also translated into Korean. Post-Cold War era gives us a different venues of clashes of different civilization. The Muslim, the Christianity, and different religions are clashing against each other. And so in his speech, Havel mentioned that in each civilization, there is always the common pursuit and direction for transcendence. But we only need to find ways to make it real. So it is not so much the clashes between different civilizations, but rather we need to imagine a future where different civilizations listen to each other. And only by doing that, we will be able to talk more about the hopeful future. So I really urge you and recommend you to read this paper.
Actually, the Naomi Oreskes keynote, she talked about the listening rather than talking, and then really resonated what Professor Park's the comment. And then Professor Sin?
네.
Well, listening, I also thought that was really interesting. I think Professor Oreskes said, Earth is really trying to tell us something, and so we should listen. to earth, and Havel keeps emphasizing of the importance of listening. So Havel, I think plastic band, it's a small group band. It was a singing band, and even their small stories. He listened to it and focused on it, and through that, the Velvet Revolution, the big transformation could be realized. So small action created big change, in other words. And then disturbing peace. In that interview, what they created was a new kind of way to win the world that would replace extinct ones. It's not about optimism or pessimism, but despite every difficulties, it's about trying to live. So it's about having the courage to go on. So just the fact that I can be here and listen to all these interesting talks, I really enjoyed it. And Miwon, Dr. Jo, in the context, talked about interconnectivity. The cosmos movement is the kind of the net that is within the infinite interconnection. So our material, our hope, our crisis, in other words, cannot be disconnected. Everything is connected. So in the world where everything is interrelated and connected, what we need to do is to create a new network of relationship through which we can create new hope. So I think somebody wrote a book about how long can I be me. So me at the center, the author said the hours that they can remember me as 200 hours, including the predecessors and my children's. So, how long I can be remembered, in other words. Therefore, our existence could be longer than you think. So relations and connection needs to be looked at this from the holistic view of Miu and kind of transcending view of the Havel, redescribing that hope is very important, and I think there can be energy to recreate the world.
The profound discussion. Now we have just 10 minutes for discussion, from the floor. So I'd like to open the floor, especially to our students who are here today. So please feel free to raise your hands and then share your question or comment or reflections. Any student? Okay.
First of all, thank you so much for today's inspiring lecture. I am Kyung Hee University student majoring in international studies. I was especially moved by the reference to Havel, who helped to lead the transition from communism to democracy. And I believe his spirit is still very relevant today in a world where nations and groups often act out only for the self-interest. So my question is that the success of international organizations, multinational corporations, and governance systems ultimately depends on the actions of individuals. So in facing global challenges like common problems, so for example like climate change and poverty issues, which of the values do you consider the most importantly for the individual to embody? And from the perspective of Havel's existential revolution, how can inner change and courage at the personal level shape effectiveness at both the organizational and global level? Thank you.
We should collect one more question and then just respond. Because of restriction of time. Over there.
Thank you for your insightful lecture. I'm a Kyung Hee University student majoring in international studies. I would like to ask a question related to today's topic. Havel's idea of truth, conscience, and responsibility were originally rooted in goodwill and integrity. However, in today's world, we increasingly witness cases where goodwill is exploited, like voice phishing and charity scams or online manipulation. It causes the acts of kindness to backfire and eroding people's trust, which in turn creates a growing sense of cynicism. So in this context, I'd like to ask, Havel emphasized living in truth and conscientious responsibility as the core of civic values. Yet in an era where goodwill can be so easily misused, what concrete institutional or societal measures and like international cooperations you see as necessary for Havel's philosophy to regain its strength in our time?
I think second, okay, just we can freely respond it. I think the second question would go to you, Martin.
The second question
is institutional plan.
Yeah, it just confirmed my point. I would say that I think that it's that we have like powerful actors in the world that made impossible to realize what Havel envisioned. So I think that we necessarily must do some regulation on the structural level on the level of market and the level of societies to make possible the existential growth. And if you make it possible, it doesn't mean that people will become what we need them to become, but we need to make this possible first. So, yeah.
All right. So, Tomasi, you have a response?
Yeah, so those are very, very good questions, also hard questions. I must also warn you that I was educated in the religion of economics. And it's very difficult, but possible, to combine it maybe with the world of philosophy or ethics. But at the end of the day, there is nothing wrong with multinational companies. Some of them are really, really good. Some of them are really, really bad. Some companies are really bad on the local level, and some people torture other people in the privacy of their cellars. Yeah? But imagine a thought experiment. Let me use another example. So the basic religion of economics functions in a way that we agree on the system, we agree on the price. So when you want to do a transaction, for example, let's say that I sell you this pen, okay? We agree on 10,000 or $10. Do you agree? Let's just say that you. So we have to have an agreement on, it's a good price. We have to have an agreement on the price, and that price has to be the same. I can't sell it to you for 8 and you buy it for 10. You know, that's cuckoo, huh? But if we want to do a transaction, talking about transcendence, there's also something transcendental, a little bit in transaction. We have to have an agreement on the price, but we have to also have a disagreement on values. Because I would never sell this pen if the value would be higher than $10 for me. I will only sell it if the value is lower than $10, and you will only buy it if the value for you is different and it's more than $10. So in every transaction there must be a disagreement on values, which is a fundamental thing to realize, because when two religions meet each other and they have different values, if it's a good century, they are tolerant, but they think a little bit that you are maybe a little bit wrong or stupid or you go to hell, but that's your own business. I'm going to be tolerant this year because that's what we do. If you meet two politicians who have different values, they'll try to convince each other, and they will not be satisfied until one convinces the other. And you could continue. And economics as a religion is one of the few entities or religions in this world that actually seeks differences in values and makes it its engine. So when two Czechs trade, we're very similar. We can find a little bit of mutual profit. But if two people from completely different countries with different value sets start trading, then the mutual benefit is larger. So it is in the nature of economics to look for as wide range of values as possible, and it is also automatic to be global. This is not so in politics or in national politics. You know that many politicians tend to focus on national interest and close themselves from the world. This is something that's, thank God, very difficult for businesses, and it is not good for business to be only local business. If Samsung was only Korean, it would not be able to succeed in no way. So this is maybe a little bit my answer to this slight critique of transnational or multinational countries, or the critique of capitalism. Also very critical of capitalism, I am, but not because I hate it, but because I quite love it. You know, like a movie critique is critical to movies, doesn't mean that movie critics hate movies, or literature critics don't hate literature. On the contrary, they quite enjoy literature, and that's why they've become literature critics, because they want it to be better, or such. So individualism is really, also you have to include your family. Individually, there can be a national individualism, but I think that this earth is coming to a point where we are realizing that we should start thinking for the whole mankind. Internet is very good in this, because now we are connected as species. 20 years ago, this was not the same. Now we have a neural connection. If there is an earthquake in Japan, people in Czech Republic become sad, like Jedis. Nobody says anything, but we become sad for half an hour. When we learn that, I don't know, Korea's doing really well, we are very happy for you. This was not the case 2 generations ago. You know, when your neighboring country started being economically weak, the only thing you would do is you would occupy them militarily, and the only debate you would have in the country whether you first send the militia or the tanks or the airplanes. Today, this is not the case. When your neighboring country suffers, at least in Europe, this is quite the case, the other countries help it. And sometimes business helps art. Maybe this conference is also helped by some business in the background. Sometimes it's the art that helps business. In Czech Republic, we had a situation where our politics became so stalemated at the end of '80s that artists and students of your age helped politics to be free and to change the course. So there is this international, let's say, invisible. I don't believe in the invisible hand of the markets, but I do believe in the invisible hand of the society. Artists help politicians, sometimes politicians help artists, sometimes the business helps conferences, etc., etc. And it's more and more easy for us to realize that there is no such thing as self-interest. No man is an island. If little stone is washed away from your shore, a little part of me disappears. But thank you for an outstandingly good question.
Very inspiring, yeah. Thank you. And then Professor Park Young-shin, do you have a response to?
That was a very pertinent question that gives me a lot of thinking and food for thought. So this may not be exactly addressing your questions, but as others have mentioned earlier on, we should not confine ourselves in the limited boundaries of our thinking. We should strive to go beyond the boundaries. I believe that your generation has much more opportunities to pursue that than myself. I was over 50 years of age when I first visited the Eastern Europe, but maybe a lot of you have been to the Eastern Europe in your 20s. And so when I try to understand what's going on in the Eastern Europe, I had to go through the prism of the Western perspectives, but you don't need to do that. I believe that's really the beacon of hope for us.
Well, for me, everybody said very good words, but actually what we started to talk about but didn't really go into specific is about silence. Havel said shout aloud, but in our society, within everything we talk, why are we silenced? you have a lot of followers and you get a lot of hearts or likes, that doesn't mean you're engaged in a conversation. So if you could listen to those silence, I think you can hear really everything.
We have more question and then, but it's time to stop here. So now we have to conclude Havel Dialogue at the PISPA Festival. And thank you once again for your presence and participation. With that, we bring our dialogue to a close. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good morning to our panelists who are joining online. Still, we don't see them. Okay, good. Now, this is the last act of this year's Peace Bar Festival. And we are doing this in a hybrid format. 3 of us in person, 4 panelists joining online on the screen. We are meeting today under the theme of breakdown or breakthrough, planetary consciousness and transformative politics. As we have discussed throughout the day, humanity stands at a crossroads of either evolution or extinction, peace or collapse. And today we have a panel of distinguished leaders around the world. On the screen, we have Madame Gro Harlem Brundtland, Norway's first woman minister and the founding member of the Elders. And also we have Dr. Paul Shrivastava, co-president of the Club of Rome, and we have Alistair Fernie, CEO of the Elders, and we have Dr. Georgi Szabo, former executive director of the Laszlo Institute and now the dean of Ubiquity University. And right next to me, we have Dr. Thomas Sedlacek. He doesn't need any further introduction because you are doing this doubleheader. And thank you so much for doing it for consecutive hours. And also we have Vice President, Dr. Yokoi Asfumi from Okayama University, and also UNESCO Chair. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for joining us today. And as we have said, through previous discussion whole day, I think we have already consensus that humanity is, first of all, maybe deep trouble, but still we have a hope if we find the right paradigm for our thinking and our action. So we have 2 topics today. The first topic is planetary consciousness as a necessary condition for breakthrough. The second topic is transformative politics as, again, politics for future generations. So on these 2 topics, we are going to invite our speakers, starting with Madame Brundtland. She will lay out her vision and also the vision of the Elders on how we can foster planetary consciousness as a necessary condition and also how we can further seek planetary peace. Madame Brundtland, you have the floor. We cannot hear you. Maybe you should unmute yourself. Still, we cannot hear you. Sorry, but we cannot hear you. I think
now
yes,
you can
now,
hear me.
yeah, now okay.
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 We were supposed to do it from your side. Okay.
Yeah,
It is a
thank you.
great honor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to join you today for this event to celebrate the 2025 Miwon Peace Prize. On behalf of all members of the elders, I wish to express again our deep gratitude and pride at having been awarded the inaugural Miwon Peace Prize last year. As my dear friend Ban Ki-moon said when he received the prize last November, it gave great impetus, validation, and responsibility to our mission. This has been particularly valuable over the past 12 months, over the course of which the geopolitical climate has worsened significantly. Next week, I will be joining my fellow elders in New York to attend the high-level week of the UN General Assembly. We will be celebrating the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. And it is no exaggeration to say that the multilateral system is facing its greatest challenge since the Second World War. It urgently needs radical reform to counter the forces of isolationism and authoritarianism, dispel the doctrine that might is right, and tackle the existential threat facing humanity. The climate crisis, pandemics, nuclear weapons, and unregulated artificial intelligence all have the potential to end human life as we know it. So we need to reassert our common humanity and develop new frameworks of governance that do serve the interests of the whole planet. In these endeavors, I believe that the work of Dr. Young-sik Cho, who developed the philosophy of Miwon, can provide timely inspiration. The world envisioned by Miwon transcends the divisions imposed by ideologies and politics, seeking a new horizon of global governance where human dignity and universal values are paramount. Today, we need to enhance the protection of our planet and foster a sense of planetary consciousness that acknowledges the interconnections between human life, health, nature, and biodiversity. The connection between a healthy environment, social justice, and a fair model of economic growth has been a constant motivating force throughout my long career in public life. As Minister of the Environment in Norway in the 1970s, I became deeply involved in pursuing a pattern of development that could benefit everyone, protect our planet, and promote peace. I continued this agenda as Prime Minister in the 1980s, while I also chaired the World Commission on Environment and Development at the invitation of UN Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar. And I'm glad to say that our 1987 report, Our Common Future, became a landmark document that brought sustainable development into the mainstream. Of course, the world has changed immeasurably over the past 40 years. The Cold War is over, while globalization has transformed economic models, supply chains, labor markets, industrial relations, and migratory flows. Those of us who believe in sustainable development now need to ensure that our own models and approaches keep pace with these changing realities. None of this is possible without a strong, effective, and principled system of international rules and institutions. We all need to maintain and inspire strong support for the United Nations. This means generating the political will and encouraging the bold leadership so the UN can reclaim its founding mission of preventing and resolving conflict. To take forward the Sustainable Development Agenda in an era when development budgets are being slashed, we must build a robust global economy by relieving the sovereign debt of developing countries, reforming the global tax system, and prioritizing global public goods. This is what planetary consciousness means to me in practical, political, and deliverable terms. With the innovative spirit and energy of Miwon and the dedicated efforts of the elders, I believe we can work together to make our shared vision a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Brundtland, but my special double thanks to you. First, you just said this as the mother of the sustainability agenda. You chaired the famous Brundtland Commission long time ago, which had laid a very important framework for sustainable development goals in 2015. And my second thanks should go to you today, speaking on behalf of the elders, which received first Miwon Peace Prize last year, and we really appreciate our budding collaboration with the elders of the Kyung Hee University system. With that thanks, now I'd like to move to President Paul Shrivastava of the Club of Rome. You have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Kim Won-soo. Thank you to Kyung Hee University and organizers of this Peace Bar Festival 2025. It's a pleasure to join you, and I also want to thank all the participants for being here today. I offer my hearty congratulations and appreciation to Kyung Hee University for elevating the awareness and study of peace for many decades. Dr. Choi Young-sik, founder, president of this university, vastly expanded our understanding of peace by helping to found the International Peace Day. And peace education and research remain a central focus of the university. So thank you for the work that you all are doing. I have also been inspired by the work of our previous speaker, Dr. Gro Brundtland. Her leadership of the World Commission on Environment and Development and its report, Our Common Future, were foundational in creating a new kind of planetary consciousness in the concept of sustainable development. I thank her for her remarks and for her lifelong work on global sustainability and world health. The main theme of our session is breakdown or breakthrough as the future of planetary consciousness and transformative politics. Now, clearly, we are living in conditions of polycrisis, where all our systems are facing some form of crisis. We are at a point of inflection in civilizational transition. Eastern wisdom tells us that every crisis is also an opportunity. Our collective choices at this time will determine our future. So this is a very timely conversation to have for exploring the transformative politics that can avoid breakdown and lead humanity to breakthroughs. We have a choice, and we must act together towards breakthrough. Breakdown is not our destiny. In the limited time that I have, let me make 4 quick points towards making breakthroughs. My point number 1 is that the planetary consciousness that we are talking about is still evolving. By this, I mean that we are still undergoing a shift in perception, moving slowly but steadily beyond our own individual, narrow, and local identities towards a planetary identity. We are recognizing humanity's shared existence and experiences, and that we're all part of a larger interconnected planetary and cosmic system. We are learning scientifically that the Earth is a vital, living entity rather than just a resource to be exploited and consumed. We are expanding the awareness of our interconnectedness with each other as communities and as world societies. We are experiencing our connectedness to the natural environment. We are understanding our responsibilities as stewards of nature and how to take action to ensure the long-term health of the planet for all. Planetary consciousness has evolved significantly over the 20th century, but it's not something that happens in a year or 2 years or 5 or a decade. There are cultural, political, scientific, spiritual, and humanistic dimensions to planetary consciousness. Culturally, our imagination and our imagery of Earth was transformed by the blue marble photographs of Earth from Apollo 17 space mission in 1972. Earth is a beautiful place. Politically, early attempts at global governance with mechanisms such as the League of Nations and the United Nations, and many multilateral governance mechanisms have served to bring peace and prosperity amidst 2 world wars. Scientifically, the Stockholm Environmental Conference in 1972 launched many global research programs on environmental changes and Earth systems processes. Scientific advances into biogeochemical flows on Earth, meteorological cycles, biodiversity, human dimensions, and climate change have vastly expanded scientific planetary knowledge, and it is growing each year, engaging over 50,000 scientists around the world under the mega program called Future Earth. Spiritually, many ancient traditions and religious traditions have contributed to a planetary consciousness. They have developed consciousness about the cosmologies of the universe, its origins, its evolutionary journey, and future destiny. And humanistically speaking, articulation of human rights and enshrining them in national, international laws, conventions, and treaties has established a consciousness of our interconnectedness. The evolution of planetary consciousness is slow, it is deliberate, it involves many, many human beings, human activities, values, institutions, and knowledge. It is stretched over time and space. Breakthrough in planetary consciousness will require our patience. My point number 2 is that this evolution of planetary consciousness is not complete. It still has a long way to go, but yet we find that many forces are derailing or thwarting the harmonious evolution of planetary consciousness. Let me name a few as examples. First, human populations have risen from 2 billion in 1950 to about 8.6 billion now. And collectively, our consumption and impacts of our economic and social activities on Earth are threatening planetary boundaries of life. There is good science to show that. Extreme wealth inequality is separating and dividing people and nations. About 3,000 billionaires now own more than 50% of the world's wealth, while 2 billion people live in multidimensional poverty, creating a huge challenge for planetary consciousness and planetary unity. Climate change, biodiversity losses, scarce natural resources are driving markets and economies and impinging our lives and our planetary health. They're isolating us into regional, national, economic, siloed thinking. and then advances in artificial intelligence are reshaping human intelligence, human work, human capacities, and even what it means to be human. Religious nationalisms and conservative agendas are reappearing to bolster localisms, increasing polarization, and slowing down globalism, creating antipathy towards planetary thinking and consciousness. The generalized breakdown, and this is my third point, the generalized breakdown of systems in our polycrisis offers a few leverage points for breakthrough transformative actions. Transformative politics and action begins with becoming informed and with speaking up, speaking to each other, to our families, to our neighbors, to our colleagues and friends, and our political leaders. We can act first and foremost by stopping ongoing wars. There are 50 armed conflicts and active wars now in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in the DRC, and flashpoints between India and Pakistan and Laos and Cambodia. We are in the midst of a genocide in Gaza and witnessing it live on TV. Wars are being waged on our name, on our behalf. We are all complicit and responsible to address them. We must act to cut back on defense expenditures that feed those wars. They are on the rise. Defense expenditures are on the rise globally and expected to double by between now and 2030. The Trump administration is budgeting over $1 trillion for US defense in 2026, plus $170 billion for its ICE and internal security operations. And it's urging NATO countries to spend 5% of their GDP per year on defense. China and India have already increased their 2026 defense budgets by 7% and 6.5% respectively. This is not the right direction to be going in. Our actions need to be based on a new idea of peace that we at the Club of Rome call planetary peace. And I will speak a little bit about that in my next point. It's a crucial aspect of planetary consciousness. That is where I think planetary consciousness will begin to get implemented by articulating what planetary peace means. Peace is, of course, central for human and planetary well-being. It is a precondition for sustainable development, and it is clearly valorized in the Sustainable Development Goals. Peace is not just the absence of war amongst nations, but rather the conditions for flourishing of all humans and all species on a healthy planet. The Club of Rome recently launched its Planetary Peace Initiative. Our vision of planetary peace is a systemic one, which is a hallmark of the Club of Rome thinking, systems thinking. It involves peace within oneself, peace with others, and peace with nature. Peace is a holistic, dynamic, regenerative force rooted in justice. This vision targets its structural causes, which are ecological degradation, extractive and exploitative economic systems, technological misuse, and the enduring legacies of colonialism. It calls for transformation of all systems of life around the principal ideas of regenerative living, regenerative economy, and building eco-civilizations. The planet is a living system. Living systems work on certain principles, processes, cycles. If we breach those, they die, and we die. Applying principles of living systems, planetary peace calls for a long-term global cooperation that prioritizes regeneration over extraction and depletion, equity over domination, and collective flourishing over individual gains. This vision also emphasizes the essential role of youth leadership, intergenerational dialogue, and integration of diverse knowledge systems, including science, indigenous wisdom, and systems thinking, in shaping sustainable and peaceful futures. This vision can be actualized through pluriversal transformative politics that caters to local conditions. Transformative politics must critically re-examine the current peace architecture, largely shaped by a few dominant powers in the post-World War II era. That architecture is no longer fit for purpose. It is permitting over 50 armed conflicts and a shameful genocide to continue. One key goal for transformative politics is to create a post-hegemonic, pluriversal future, one that embraces diverse worldviews, rebalances global power structures, and cultivates harmony between humanity and nature. Superpowers have failed to bring enduring peace. Perhaps it is time for middle powers to collaboratively find alternative solutions. Let me conclude with a hope that in coming months and years, we all individually and collectively work towards planetary peace and planetary consciousness. I invite your collaboration in this regard, and let me end with the words of Mahatma Gandhi's prayer for peace. I offer you peace, I offer you love, I offer you friendship. I see your beauty, I hear your need, I feel your feelings. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I salute that source in you. Let us work together for unity and peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Srivastava, for so eloquently building on the topic 1, planetary consciousness, toward our topic 2, transformative politics. Thank you so much. And as you said, still the concept of planetary consciousness is evolving, is not complete, but it is necessary to transform political paradigms. Thank you so much for your excellent keynote presentation. And we heard 2 keynote presentations, and now I'd like to move to our next speakers. And from now, our speakers can choose freely from 2 topics. You can talk about either of the 2 or both of the 2. But please be conscious of the time limit because we have rather large number of speakers. And I would start with Vice President Yokoi Asufumi from Okayama University. You have the floor.
Hello everyone. 안녕하세요. 잘 지냈어요? It's a great honor to be here with you today. So I'm Atsumiya Koi, Vice President of Okayama University in Japan. Have you ever been to Okayama, by the way, students? No? Very close to Hiroshima, by the way, just next to Hiroshima. Okay. But I'm a UNESCO chair in Research Education for Sustainable Development, ESD. Have you ever heard about ESD? Okay, thank you very much. I like GCD, by the way, because this is truly important topics, particularly between GCED and ESD, to be integrated as a foundation for all of you, for all of us, to get beyond SDGs toward planetary well-being of all. So, as Asia's pioneering UNESCO chair in ESD, so I'd like to share with you all today a historical overview of education for sustainable development through the lens of sustainable development. Now, following that, I will further discuss why planetary citizenship education has become so crucial for all of us in today's uncertain times. Well, right after, in 1981, as all of you remembered, when the Kyung Hee University proposed the International Day of Peace. But Japan too, in 1982, proposed creating a global forum on environment and development known as World Commission on Environment and Development, chaired by Madame Brundtland Commission. So Japan also really helped to co-create together the World Commission on Environment Development in 1982, right after 1981, when Kyung Hee University proposed the International Day of Peace. So building on this foundation, Japan later proposed Education for Sustainable Development in 2002 at the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg. So UNESCO has since taken the lead with major frameworks like Decade of Education for Sustainable Development from 2005 to 2014, and action program, Global Action Program on ESD from 2015 to 2019, and then ESD for 2030 to the present. And this is why I'm here, because our Okayama region is the really oldest regional center of expertise on ESD, approved by the United Nations in 2005. And after that, in 2007, Okayama University was approved by UNESCO headquarters in Paris as Asia's pioneering UNESCO chair in ESD. So as you know, in 2015, United Nations adopted SDGs. But more importantly, GCED, Global Citizenship Education, from Korea, and ESD from Japan were included as SDG Target 4.7 as a quality education. And in 2019, ESD in particular was reaffirmed by UNESCO and UN General Assembly as a key enabler for all 17 SDGs. So at the same time, at UNESCO's official event on ESD for 2030 at the UN High-Level Political Forum in 2019, the Okayama University UNESCO chair was invited to present as a leading case of the whole institutional approach to ESD toward the SDGs. So my point is really from the Brundtland report to the SDGs, and from the concept of sustainable development to GCED from Korea and ESD from Japan. So Korea and Japan, coincidentally, or it meant to be, particularly Kyung Hee University and Okayama University, along with their regions, have played an important role in laying the educational foundation for many, many years for a peaceful, sustainable future through the lens of education. However, we need to transform our current paradigm, current approach to citizenship education toward a new paradigm at the planetary level. Why? Because the 21st century is, I would say, defined by converging planetary crises, such as climate crisis, and also biodiversity loss, pollution, economic inequality, geopolitical instability, pandemics, that demand radical transformation of our values, system, ethics. So these crises are not isolated events, but symptoms of a deeper systemic imbalance between human civilization and planetary ecological boundaries. So the urgencies and complexity of today's problems require going beyond, I would say, the SDGs toward a new common goals that places the well-being of both humanity and the planet of the Earth. And also we need more planetary consciousness, of course, and relational ethics, and a shared vision for a just livable future at both human and the planet of the Earth. So this ethical term underscores the recognition that the broader planetary crisis is not only a scientific political issue, but fundamentally a crisis of our values, crisis of our ethics, crisis of our ways of knowing. So that is why, for example, on 23rd July 2025, under the leadership of Japanese President Yuji Iwasawa of the International Court of Justice at Peace Palace, established new legal norms on climate justice. This milestone reinforces the obligation of a state to protect not only present, but also future generations like yours. So it is a so powerful signal. Planetary governance must include law and ethics, as well as education together. This is very first human history. This is very first event in human history because planetary governance was admitted at the International Court of Justice at Den Haag at Peace Palace this year. Moreover, in response to this need of ethical reorientation at the planetary level, a historic initiative was also launched in this year, 2025, the Global Ethical Stocktake, GES, convened by the government of Brazil and the United Nations ahead of COP30 in Belém, in Brazil. For the first time in human history, ethics are being institutionalized in global climate governance. So unlike traditional global stocktake, focus on just emission data or technical progress, the global ethical stocktake foregrounds moral accountability and intergenerational justice. So this invites government, civil society, indigenous leaders, faith communities, in order to co-create together a planetary dialogue grounded in equity, responsibility, and care for all life. And as a French philosopher, Edgar Morin, contributing UNESCO for very long years, but who is now 104 years old, by the way, reminds us we must nurture Homo symbiotics rather than Homo economics, cultivating an Earth identity. The concept from him has led to planetary citizenship, or I would say planetizenship, emerging not from a lone thinker, but through a synthesis of contributions from philosophers, sociologists, educators, and global initiatives. So here, we may recall Maslow's expanded six-stage model and the centrality of eudaimonic well-being from Aristotle. The true flourishing arises not merely from individual survival, but from belongings, contribution, and altruistic concern. And beyond the fixed stage of self-actualization, from the pursuit of self-transcendence. So moreover, in my capacity as a council member of Earth Charter International at the United Nations UPeace from Costa Rica, I note that the Earth Charter, adopted in 2000 as a Peace Palace, is the first official document in human history to address planetary consciousness and planetary well-being. So in 2019, UNESCO recognized the Earth Charter by recommending it as an ethical framework for sustainable development and education for sustainable development. So this is where GCD from Korea and ESD from Japan must converge as a foundation to transform yourselves before transforming this world. So together, Japan and Korea can pioneer planetary citizenship, education, going beyond SDGs toward a planetary society. But just yesterday, Kyung Hee University and Okayama University signed MOU to work together for it. Thank you very much, Kyung Hee University. I'm very glad to work together for it, for the planetary well-being. But I must stop here. But my point is really, in conclusion, let me return to their wider context. We are not only facing a climate crisis, we are facing a crisis of our values, worldviews, and ethics. So that is why education matters so deeply. So ESD must be transformative, not technocratic, awakening deep diversity, planetary consciousness, and responsibility. So education is not for sustainable development, not for sustainability. Education itself is sustainability. So my call to action today is very simple, but profound. Universities must become seeds of planetary flourishing. They must be living laboratories of justice, care, and planetary regeneration. So finally, let us embrace planetary ethics, legal responsibility, and transformative education so that future generations may live not only sustainably, but meaningfully, as true planetary citizens for the well-being of both humanity and planet of the Earth. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for your passionate call for planetary identity, planetary care, planetary love, and planetary citizenship education. And I fully agree with you that universities must take the leading role in educating our next generations. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Tomasz Sedlacek to give us your talk. Please be conscious of your time limit. Thank you.
So it's great to talk to you again about this most relevant topic. You know, it was always topic of science fiction and fiction that one ruler gains planetary control. It's in fact the dream of all the villains, for starters, to be able to conquer and subjugate the whole world or universe or galaxy into their will. I speak here in the position of somebody who is carrying the legacy of Václav Havel and his naive optimism that worked out into a real world. It happened in our lifetimes. It's not a fairy tale. We saw it with our own eyes. His belief was that the fundamental essence of mankind isn't really rational or economical egoism and profit maximizing, but his thought perhaps could be well expressed by the idea that what made us rich as mankind wasn't egoism, but in fact kindness. Also, as species, we are kind of offering that solution. Of all the animal species, we give birth to our children in an immature state. We come undone, not only to quote a song from Robbie Williams, I come undone, we come unready, we are unfinished. This is why we also study, because we feel, no matter how perfect, we feel incomplete. In fact, the more perfect a human being is, the more self-critical he or she is. If you ask the most holy people in our tradition whether they are spiritually satisfied or spiritually grown enough, they will for sure tell you that they are at the very beginning. Let me also go to the very beginning of anthropology and psychology, let's say. The great Freud and Jung came up with archetypes of heroes. And the most primitive, the first archetype of a hero is the archetype of a trickster. Then this changes into an archetype of a bearer of culture. Only the third archetype is the muscle man, Superman, Spider-Man, Hector, those people who solve a jigsaw puzzle with a hammer in their hand, and they don't have much moral dilemmas. You know, Captain America just has the American flag on his shield and he doesn't debate much. He solves the situation with superpower. And the last archetype of a trickster is a twin, and that is something that you can remember from, for example, Fight Club. It is an entity that battles itself. Now, when we come back to the archetype of a trickster, trickster is a figure whose consciousness is only awakening. It is the first documentation of how human beings perhaps evolved from the animal state of consciousness into a human state of consciousness. I like to think of a human being as an animal possessed by a spirit, by some meaning, by some purpose. We are daily being kicked out of beds by this spirit, not because we have nothing to eat or no one to talk to or no one to love. We have those, thank God, very often right next to us. We are propelled by something that Keynes called the anima spirit. Not animal spirit in terms of an animal, but anima as in animating spirit. Something that makes you tick, something that gives that bright light in your eyes, something that you can see in your close friends, and something that you lose when you are spiritually tired, when you are, for example, depressed. You are as rational as you were a month ago, but you lose this animating spirit. You lose meaning. You enter into a state of spiritual tiredness. This trickster figure is a figure that fights himself. We have very many documented instances from original or aboriginal tribes of stories of entities that their right hand fights the left hand. What does this mean? Well, most readily it means that it's an entity that fights itself because it doesn't understand that it is one consciousness. This trickster does not understand that the left hand and the right hand are in fact both his. And his neural system isn't yet intelligent enough to make that conclusion. It seems very paradoxical to us today, but we, mankind, are still in this archetype of a trickster state. One country fights the other, despite the fact that we are all, if not to say brothers and sisters, we are the same species. And for a long time we have not fought wars because of hunger or because of lack of food or lack of space. We fight them for ideological reasons. Now, jumping to another interesting field is an interesting field of physics, namely the Kardashev scale, which kind of tries to categorize civilization according to their progress in the usage of energy. So a civilization type 1 can harness all the energy that falls on its own very planet. A civilization type 2 can mount the energy of their nearest star, which in our case is the sun. It builds a megastructure around the sun and channels the energy that is otherwise wasted upon our planet. A civilization type 2 can harvest the energy of the galaxy, etc., etc., etc. Would you guess which civilization type we human beings are? We are a civilization type 0. We cannot harvest or completely use all the energy that falls on our very planet. And most specifically, we are a civilization type 0.74. And if everything goes the way it has been in the last 200 years and the GDP grows in the way that it did grow and we do find a solution to the ecological problem that's at hand, the physicists estimate that we should transition into a civilization type 1 in about 200 years. What's also important, and this is where coming back to Havel, that a civilization type 1 will be able to coordinate itself on a planetary scale, which today we are not able to. If one country attacks the other, if this would happen in Korea, if one person attacks the other, the attacker immediately goes to prison. We have laws, we have a moral exoskeleton to deal with that. You all share the same law, you all share the same pension system, you all share the same healthcare system, etc., etc., etc. But outside of your very own country, there is no shared pension system, there is no shared educational system, and there is no shared healthcare system, as we learned very painfully and regretfully in the time of the COVID crisis. How much easier would it be if we at least had a coordinating mechanism that could destigmatize and heal the illness at the place where it erupted? We didn't do that, so it really literally erupted all around the world, bearing the costs to the hundreds and millions of multiple that could have been avoided if we had at least a planetary health infrastructure. Now, when we talk about planetary consciousness, this is inevitably a thought that all great thinkers, including Havel, have to think of one moment or another. And Václav Havel also very often talks about the spirit. If you focus a little bit on it, you will see that he talks about the spirit of the nation, he talks about the crushing of the spirit, he talks about the spirit of the individual, which, as I already mentioned, could be maybe best described today by the popular word of authenticity, of being true to yourself, of being able to love truth, and in order to be able to be true to love. I also like to look at the development of mankind in order to see the future, because we are talking about the future development of this planet. I'd like to look at it in 3 separate dimensions. I have a book of 800 pages being finished, so I'll try to be very brief, and I will. think of a body as something that's actually tangible. It's made of atoms. It's the conventional reality in the simple way of real. I mean, this room is real, this microphone is real. It is very easy for us conscious beings to agree on the body part of reality. Next to it, we have what I would call a soul. Now, soul is something that is objectively true, but it isn't tangible. It isn't real in the sense that this microphone is real. And it isn't anything oozy. It's, for example, mathematics. I mean, till today, we don't know how number 3 looks like. We know how the symbol looks like. We know how 3 fingers look like or 3 screens look like. But number 3 doesn't look like anything. The less number plus or equals. They don't have a physical representation in the material world, but they are very real. Everybody would agree that 1 + 1 = 2 and on more complex claims of mathematics. Another example would be the law or democracy or traffic rules or the organizational structure of your university or your work. There are no arrows pointing from one level to another, but everybody very much respects it, even though these structures are invisible. Another good example would be money. So this is the soul, the software of the society, if you will. A software that we all agree that it's better to use one software instead of everybody using a different operating system. Now, what then is left to the spirit? Well, spirit is something that is also real, but it is not objective and is not tangible. It is the experience from a concert. It is that what gives you joy. It is that what we go to the concert for. We don't go there for the notes. We could listen to that at home. We don't go there for the violin. We go there for some collective experience that it would be a spiritual experience, perhaps, for example. It's something that speaks of purpose. And we in the European Union have, for the last 75 years, focused on unifying the soul. We have the same currency, we have the same acquis communautaire, we are trying to unify the software, and for reasons which were pretty smart, I would think, the founding fathers have deliberately chosen not to unify the spirit, not to talk about the purpose of Europe, not to talk about the constitution, not to talk about the religious underpinnings that have led us to where we are. And for 75 years, this worked really well. And now that Europe is naked because of the let's say, from the side of the East, we no longer can surf on the wave of cheap energy. We are naked in this sense. And also from the side of the United States, we are now ideologically most naked entity in the history of Europe. It is the first time to talk about the spirit of Europe. And I will conclude with a Havelian hope that we have to give Europe meaning. What meaning could this be? This is meaning outside. As meanings go, meanings are usually outside of the entity, like your meaning is outside of yourself. And the meaning of Europe is outside of Europe. And I think if we had to choose from all the models of governance that we had in the past, of one entity trying to conquer over other entities, you can choose the Russian model, you can choose the Roman model, you can choose the Chinese model or the American model, the recent MAGA model, or we can try to choose the European model. Equality between countries, rich and poor, East and West, previously communist or always free, North and South, bureaucratic versus, let's say, more spontaneous countries, and countries that were previously very corrupt, such as mine. And the European Union enlarged by us, completely new entity, a Slavic entity entered the European Union, an atheistic entity, and it really mattered not. And I believe that this is the purpose of Europe, and this is the idea for the world which we could take from Europe and carry it forward. This unity in difference is the unity of the soul that allows the independent spirits of each individual inspiration to be roaming over as wide a platform of the soul as possible. So I thank you very much for your attention. I'm very glad for the work that the Club of Rome has done in this respect, and the elders and your university. And let us try to think of a model that would be fit not only for Europe, the most bloody continent, as I've already mentioned, on this planet, but for this world. If we mess it up in Europe, then I don't know. But if we survive it for another decade or two, perhaps then we could offer this model for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thought-provoking presentation. I never thought of human civilization as even civilization zero.
Yeah.
Quite shocking.
We are at the beginning.
Quite shocking and provoking, because we are talking about the need to change our civilizational paradigm. And also, you are ending with the Havelian hope, with Europe maybe as a hope for future model of governance. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to move our panelists who are anxiously waiting on the screen. Dr. Georgis Szabo, you have the floor now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, greetings and a very warm welcome to you all, to the entire Kyung Hee University, the conference presenters and participants. Esteemed Chancellor Yeon Hyo, Secretary General Hyun Kim, and Rector Kim Won-soo, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I'm speaking to you from Budapest, Hungary. I hope that you can hear me and see me very well. I know that the time is of the essence, so I try to be as succinct as possible to share my views on planetary consciousness and the way forward to a new paradigm and including transformative politics. In my understanding, planetary consciousness is the awareness and the feeling of humankind's vital interdependence and essential oneness with the earth and with each other. It involves the understanding that we are integral part of the natural cycles of the planet and recognizing the interconnectedness that binds us. Planetary consciousness can be seen as the next stage of human evolution. It is crucial to our planet and to our species, creating a more harmonious, coherent, and sustainable future for all lives on this earth. Planetary consciousness has its own ethics or moral codes, which is based on the true understanding of nature of life, the Gaia system, the forever evolving organic system whereby nothing exists in isolation. According to Professor Erwin Laszlo, systems philosophy approaches breakthroughs by focusing on the desired future state of the entire system rather than isolated problems or isolated parts, emphasizing interconnectedness. If one part of the system is changed, the entire structure and relationships within the system change fundamentally. This holistic view allows for a more comprehensive, problem-solving approach for impactful advancements. We need to shift from individualistic to a collective society. We need to shift from a fear-based behavior to a more trusting one and respect diversity in unity. Community is more important than ever. The co-creation of oneness communities, like an ecosystem of support, is essential, whereby we all have a say how to move forward together. As it was said before me already, often that life does not consist of individual separate parts. We are not alone. We are connected intrinsically, integrally. We need to recover our sense of oneness. This is a sacred quest. Alone we cannot survive. We can only do it together. We need to care and nurture rather, the whole. We need to see ourselves as in service of the whole in order to manifest planetary peace. We need to respect human rights and the rights of the planet. Now, just a few words on transformative politics. In my understanding, new paradigm of transformative politics involves conscious leadership, conscious leaders. But who is a conscious leader? Conscious leader is a team player. He or she let go of the ego-driven, competitive mindset, putting collective interest before individual gain. And this shouldn't be only the aim for conscious leaders, but also for organizations, national, on the international level, and the whole sphere of the political plethora. A conscious leader fuses analytical thinking, emotional intelligence, intuitive insight towards a more compassionate decision-making, whereby diverse perspectives are considered. And not to mention, all includes to listen to the guidance of our hearts. Conscious organizations do not define their future by financial gain only. They focus on the positive impact they have on the planet and society as a whole. And furthermore, I do understand and believe that any business plan should include Earth as a stakeholder, which is just as important as shareholders' interests are. And these are not options anymore. These are the essentials for humankind's survival on this planet. So let's turn the oneness philosophy into action. Let's turn away from a pure coexistence to cooperative engagement with all life on planet. Our aim is not just the survival, but rather thrive together. And this is where I would like to leave it and turn it back to you, Rector. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Szabo. I cannot agree more with your plea to move from separateness to oneness, and we have to also build conscious citizenship, conscious leadership, conscious institution. And I want to add, in front of conscious, planetary. So it should be planetary conscious citizenship and leadership. With that, now I'd like to invite Madame Brundtland again to respond to the presentations made after her. Madame Brundtland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. It has been interesting to be listening to all of the speakers here. I would say that from the first intervention from the Club of Rome, you know, most of the philosophy and the arguments that were presented to us, you know, I could follow completely. Although, when you get to the kind of the conclusions about and the more precise descriptions of where we need to move, there may be, you know, these are a little more radical than the ones that I would do. But the whole background, the whole thinking, the whole philosophy, and most of, which was also the case when I started my work after the report of the Club of Rome, we knew the thinking from the Club of Rome, and now many, many years later, more than 40 years later, you can follow the thinking, the philosophy, the analysis of what is needed for us to survive as humanity on a healthy planet. So, and then all the other speakers have been addressing these issues from the same perspective, and I feel very strongly that the basic realities that were already understood in the 70s and 80s through our report and through also previous work is really the basis for what we are now struggling to move towards. There have been difficulties, geopolitical changes that have made things more complicated in later years. And we have a United Nations that we are so dependent upon that does not have the support from all countries across the world as it should. So, but we also all know that multilateral cooperation is basic and is fundamental to the future. And of course, like, education for sustainable development, obviously, if we are going to move in the direction of what we need more and more people to be aware. We need to share the understanding, which leads us to the holistic views that have been presented by all speakers this morning or evening, depending. So thank you so much. And it has been interesting to see how far we have come in our thinking, although we have further to go with regard to practical solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Brundtland, for staying with us well over 1 hour we asked before. And due to her pressing engagements, we have to excuse her. And please give her big applause again. Thank you so much, Madam Brundtland.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to move to our next stage of our discussion, which are video recorded messages, because we have two important partner institutions, the United Nations and Earth Charter International. But due to time difference, because Costa Rica is now midnight, and also UN Assistant Secretary General is now in Japan to look after UN Expo Pavilion. So they recorded their messages and will show their messages. First, Mr. Maher Nasser, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. Now we'll see his message.
Excellencies, distinguished panelists, colleagues and friends, I'm truly sorry not to be with you in person or through a live connection. Unfortunately, your event coincided with a prior commitment I have here in Japan in my role as the Commissioner General of the United Nations at Expo 2025 in Osaka. The title of your panel echoes a key sentiment in our common agenda, the UN Secretary General's report that was published in 2021. In his introduction to the report, Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that humanity faced a stark and urgent choice: breakdown or breakthrough. The choices we make or fail to make today could result in a future breakdown and a future of perpetual crisis, or a breakthrough to a better and more sustainable, peaceful future to our people and planet. The future of planetary consciousness and politics can be determined by the choices that we make today. These choices are not only the prerogative of governments. The UN Charter did not start with the words, "we the governments" or "we the states." It started with "we the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save future succeeding generations from the scourge of war." Choices that affect social and economic progress, environmental impact, and climate change are not only made by government and state leaders. They're made by all of us, by leaders in business, in academia, international organizations, civil society, media, and technology companies. We know from the relatively short history of the United Nations that progress achieved since 1945 was attained through unity and collaboration and respect for the key principles agreed on at the founding of the United Nations. Choices made based on facts and science, not ideology or dogma, not misinformation, disinformation, or lies. Choices that resulted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the decolonization of dozens and dozens of countries, the eradication of smallpox, and the healing of the ozone layer, and more. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was recently here at Expo for the UN Special Day on the 22nd of August. And at that time, he said that these were not institutional achievements. They are human triumphs, proof of what is possible when nations unite around common purpose. He added that too often, the headlines focus on the breakdowns, not on the breakthroughs. Unfortunately, the quiet victories of diplomacy, the wars prevented, the famine averted, rarely make the news. Ukraine, Gaza, and Sudan tell the story of what happens when international norms are ignored and humanitarian principles are cast aside. He added that we need a Security Council that represents today's world, not the world of 1945, where all the regions of the world are represented in a just way, and where decisions are taken to guarantee peace instead of decisions or lack of decisions that allow war to prevail. In his remarks to the first ever United Nations Security Council meeting held at the heads of state and government level on the 31st of January 1992, UN Secretary General Boutros Boutros-Ghali said that, and I quote, "Collective security can be based only on collective confidence and good faith. Confidence in the principles by which it is governed, and good faith in the means by which it is sought to be ensured. With all the convulsions in global society, only one power is left that can impose order on incipient chaos. It is the power of principles, transcending changing perceptions of expediency." When we see powerful states violate the principles of the Charter and or protect an ally who does so consistently, trust in these principles is eroded, and so is trust in institutions and governments. When these principles are under attack, when multilateralism is questioned, it is upon all of us to defend them and to mobilize all sectors around the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon was recently announced as the honorary chair of UN Staff for Gaza, a group of current and former UN officials that mobilizes UN colleagues to speak out in defense of the Charter and our common humanity. And he said in the press release that every additional life lost in a war that respects no rules and with no accountability for the perpetrators of such crimes is a nail in the coffin of a rules-based international order. A rules-based international order is what will avoid a breakdown and guarantee a breakthrough to a world in which everyone thrives in peace, dignity, equality, on a healthy planet. Let us choose the breakthroughs, a rules-based world, and principles that transcend changing perceptions of expediency. Thank you. 감사합니다. shukran. arigato gozaimasu.
And next message is from Secretary General Miriam Vieira of the Earth Charter International. Earth Charter International was formed at the year of 2000, year of millennium, in which former General Secretary of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, played an instrumental role. Now we'll listen to Miriam's video message.
From Costa Rica. Thank you to the organizers of this roundtable at the Peace Bar Festival in South Korea for the opportunity to address you today to share a little bit about the Earth Charter. The Earth Charter was officially launched in the year 2000, following nearly a decade of worldwide multicultural, multi-sectoral dialogue and consultation, which involved experts in international environmental law, as well as scientists and interfaith groups from different cultures, among others. So the process in itself was quite rich and it strengthened its legitimacy. In terms of its content, the Earth Charter is one of the most comprehensive and integrated international documents, as it offers a solid ethical foundation for a more just, sustainable and peaceful world. We could say that it gives a path or an ethical foundation to a new civilization. Why not to say an ecological civilization? It invites us to think that we are not only part of a human family, but we are and we belong to the Earth community. From the outset, the Earth Charter brings together the search for peace with the commitment for social and economic justice and environmental protection. You can see that by looking at how the 16 principles are organized in 4 parts. One of its purposes has been to deepen and expand our planetary consciousness and our sense of care and responsibility with the well-being of the present and future generations. The Earth Charter helps us to consider that caring for the planet and caring for people and also caring for the large living world is part of the same challenge or the same coin, 2 sides of the same coin. In terms of where it comes from, it was part of the UN Rio 92 summit process and preparatory process and discussions. However, this was not really enough. There was not enough political will within the intergovernmental process to reach an agreement on an Earth Charter during those days. At the end of the summit, Maurice Strong, who was the Secretary General of the Earth Summit, considered the Earth Charter as one of the unfinished business of the Earth Summit. Similarly, Boutros Ghali, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations in those days, also referred to it in his speech during the Earth Summit. So Maurice Strong did not really drop the idea there, but envisioned that it should emerge through a broad and participatory process involving people from different cultures, but also areas of knowledge in the consultation and drafting of it. Being bold and visionary as he was, he took the lead on it and during the whole decade of the 90s, set up an initiative together with Mikhail Gorbachev to make it happen. People often ask me, what's the difference between the Earth Charter and the SDGs? Is there a difference or are there similarities? We see them as complementary. The SDGs, on one hand, sets the goals, and the Earth Charter offers the ethical foundation to make it happen. The SDGs are more anthropocentric. The Earth Charter is much broader, but also more ecocentric and life-centric than the SDGs. Since its launch in the year 2000, it also became a movement, the Earth Charter Global Movement, that involves individuals and organizations in all regions of the world who have embraced it, adopted it, and use it in many different ways. Given that the Earth Charter, as a document, but also as a global movement, has covered some solid ground on these over past 30 years, I encourage you to embrace the Earth Charter also as an ethical framework, as a guiding compass, and as a means to understand the interconnectedness that we see between our social and environmental challenges and also our economic challenges, which are essential foundation for a lasting security and peace. Thank you very much.
Now, with this message, I think someone is calling us. I'd like to invite President Paul Srivastava to respond to the presentations made after you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please go ahead. Floor is yours.
Oh, that's a. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
So there's a lot that has been said, and I am feeling very warm and fuzzy that we all seem to be in agreement. And that also makes me a little uncomfortable, because as soon as I get off from this screen, I am going to be facing a rather brutal world where things don't seem to be going in the direction of planetary consciousness. And so while I acknowledge that there is good intentionality and we have good agreement, I think we will be doing ourselves disservice if we don't recognize the scale of transformation and the nature of obstacles. And I want to be fairly blunt and targeted in pointing out where I think we need to pay attention. All of the things I agree with, there is a kind of grand consensus that after the Renaissance, the Age of Reason, the Enlightenment project for the last 300 years is moving us towards the kind of reflections that we heard today. But at the same time, there is a kind of darkness, a kind of what some people on the alt-right are calling dark enlightenment, which they want to reject these ideas of peace and humanity and democracy and all of these things that we have consensus around and have had a consensus around for at least the 300 years of enlightenment. Now, if this was just some academics that were making an opposite case and acting as devil's advocate, we could perhaps dismiss that as an academic fantasy. But the people who are behind it are individuals that you all know. They are billionaires. They are putting their money into the opposite direction, into disrupting the planetary consciousness and the kind of planetary politics that we are calling for. And if you look at what money can now do in terms of politics, I just have to see the example of the country that I am in, the United States, where a few $100 million was able to change the political and ideological trajectory of a country by bringing in the Trump administration into power. And Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and a few other billionaires are now taking multiple times that amount of money and putting it into building an alternative ideological framework, concepts, think tanks that argue against everything that we are doing. So as we move into discussion, I would urge us to not underestimate the level of this challenge. It is clearly an educational challenge, and I greatly appreciate the work that Professor Atsufumi mentioned on education for sustainable development and the work that Tomas has mentioned. But I don't think that we can just continue to do a little bit more and incrementally improve upon where we have been. The radical transformation that Georgie mentioned in her talk has to go deep. It has to make us uncomfortable. And I am not yet feeling that discomfort in hearing the talk. So I hope, and I'm sorry I can't stay for the whole discussion, but I hope the discussion will get to the more difficult questions that face radical transformation towards peace, towards planetary consciousness. So thank you very much for having me. And I want to thank the speakers for opening up so much new ideas and so many new directions. I have to go back and read some more of Václav Havel and also the works of Laszlo, and so that I can get back up to date. But I invite all of you to take a look at the paper on planetary peace that we have put out at the Club of Rome website and integrate it into your discussions. And I wish you all good luck with the Peace Bar Festival. Thank you very much.
President Shrivastava, thank you so much, but still we'll not let you go because we want to continue our discussion, not only with panelists, but also with our future generation, audience, students. As you said, I mean, we have very strong consensus that we have to do something differently, radically different. But we have to find a way how we can translate our good intention, our good consciousness into real action. And how can we put into reality? And for that, I like to continue with our discussion. And I like to challenge CEO of the Elders, Alistair, to kick off. Alistair, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a great privilege to be joining you here today. And let me add my thanks to those of Gro Harlem Brundtland that the Elders were awarded the inaugural Miwon Peace Prize last year, and we were delighted that Ban Ki-moon, our Deputy Chair, was able to receive it last November. Listening to what other people say, I suppose I'm struck by the relationship between political leadership and individual action, or action by groups of people who are not directly involved in politics, be it in academia, through culture, religion, civil society. What is the interplay between those things? And as an organization, the Elders, as a group of former world leaders, is much more focused on political leadership. And I think you could sense from Gro Harlem Brundtland's closing remarks that as a practical Norwegian, she's looking for practical solutions of things that that people can do. As Paul is plugging the Club of Rome publication, let me plug this. I don't know if anyone can see it on the screen. It's a policy paper that the Elders have just published called Global Cooperation in a Fragmented World, which we published earlier this week, and we'll be talking about in New York next week during the high-level week of the UN General Assembly. And it sets out across 9 different areas some practical proposals of things that political leaders could do to address some of the challenges facing the world. And other speakers have already picked up on some of those in terms of reform of the Security Council and thinking very differently about the urgency of action needed on climate. But actually listening to what other speakers have said this morning, I'm provoked more to think about some of these non-political forces and drivers of change that might take us closer to planetary consciousness. And The ideas behind that, I think, are for us as an organization very much rooted in our origins. For those of you who don't know, the idea of the elders first came up in conversations between Richard Branson, the British entrepreneur, and Peter Gabriel, who's a rock musician, in the late 90s. And their thinking was that the world was becoming rapidly more and more globalized. But we didn't have global wisdom to help guide us as we moved into the 21st century with a rapidly accelerating set of technological, economic, societal changes. And so they reflected on the traditions in many societies around the world, perhaps more prevalent in Africa and Asia, but present in other cultures as well, of having village elders, or in some cases national elders, who were no longer in power but had some wisdom and were able to share that wisdom with those who were making decisions. And the original name of our organization was going to be the Global Elders. So this sense that, Paul, I think you said there is a gradual shift towards planetary awareness. And I think if you step back from the ups and downs, and there are certainly a lot of downs at the moment, and take a longer term historical view, we can see that the world is becoming a smaller place and that we are becoming more interconnected. What we haven't done is work out what the public policies should be to cope with that increasing interconnection. I wanted to set out sort of some very brief observations on what I think is driving some of those changes, and then perhaps reflect very briefly and ask others to add their thoughts on how we can turn those broader societal forces into different political choices, because that's clearly what we need. So when I think about what's making the world a smaller place, I picked out 5 things. The first would be travel. We're seeing rapidly increasing numbers of people leaving their own countries and traveling around the world, meeting people from other cultures and other societies. That's happening particularly in Asia, where tourism numbers were quite low until relatively recently, but significant numbers of Chinese and Indian people are now traveling. The percentage of people who have never left their own country is still very high. But I'm a big believer that travel and people actually meeting other people in other countries will drive a different sense of we all live on one planet. The second would be culture. We're moving towards a much more globalized sharing of culture. I was very struck a couple of years ago. The elders had a board meeting in Seoul. I had never actually visited the Republic of Korea before. And I was talking to my children about the fact that I was going there. I have twins, they're 14. And not only had they seen Parasite and knew about K-pop, they knew more about Korean culture than I did. And they certainly knew way more than I knew about Korean culture or the culture of most of the countries when I was 14. So I think young people are growing up today in a much more globalized world where they understand other cultures more because they're consuming them. The third thing I would say is language. And I need to be very sensitive about this as a native English speaker, but the fact that more people are able to communicate to each other, which is now being vastly facilitated by technology, I think gives enormous potential for us to understand each other better, and the appetite for people to do that. And again, if I can refer to an example from my children, in 2020, at the height of the COVID lockdown, I and millions of other parents were trying to find things for my kids to do when they couldn't go to school. And we discovered Duolingo, the online language learning app. And our kids were learning French and Spanish at school because we live in Europe and that's what the school curriculum dictates. And we said to our kids, well, why don't you try and learn another language on Duolingo? And my son chose to learn Mandarin because he said, well, China's the biggest country in the world, so it's going to be really useful for me living in the 21st century to speak Mandarin. And as an 11-year-old, he taught himself a fairly impressive level of Mandarin on Duolingo. And my daughter chose to learn Russian because she had Ukrainian refugees in her school, even in 2020. More arrived in 2022. And she decided that learning Ukrainian was not going to be that useful, that they all spoke Russian, and Russian would be a useful language to learn. So those were choices that my children made, unprompted by their parents. Those were not choices, I think, that people of my generation would have made in the 1970s and 1980s. And I see language as driving more of a sense of communication. We need to understand others. And so I'm hopeful that young people across the world are growing up with a different view about other cultures. Fourthly, I would highlight the importance of technology. I think social media brings people together. It's got some very pernicious side effects, which we can see very clearly, particularly depending on who owns platforms and the policies that they put in place. But again, I observe that young people are communicating with each other around the world in a way that may contribute, if it's perhaps a bit more carefully regulated than it is at the moment, towards an increasing sense of the challenges that face us all across the world. And the fifth and final point I would say, which is, I think, a difficult one, is going back to the ancient idea that every crisis is an opportunity. When you look at things that are driving populism, perhaps, in some countries, or creating a sense of hostility, we need different narratives about these things. So we have a significant increase in extreme weather events, in storms, floods, heat waves, wildfires, which are killing people and destroying livelihoods in large numbers across the world. We need to have better narratives that these things are being caused by climate change, and that the choices people make about their consumption habits or about supporting political policies which are not reducing carbon emissions are going to result in more of those extreme weather events. So that's a crisis, it's a series of crises which needs to be turned more into an opportunity of planetary consciousness, of how the actions that people, the choices that people make about their consumption habits and their energy use creates these crises. A second one, I think, would be migration, which is a big driver of populist political sentiment in Europe and the USA, certainly. What causes people to migrate? Climate may be an increasing driver of migration. At the moment, conflict certainly is. Global inequality is certainly a driver. So this sense that we're interconnected and the things that you may not like for good or bad reasons turning up on your doorstep are caused by things happening elsewhere in the world on which your government has policies. There needs to be stronger narratives around that, I think. And the last one I would highlight is pandemics. The COVID pandemic wiped trillions off global economies, pushed 100 million more people into global poverty, caused significant social upheaval in many countries, and was politically very controversial. This fantasy that these pandemics only happen once every 100 years. We had Spanish flu after World War I, we've had COVID, and the next one won't happen until sometime in the 22nd century. I'm afraid it's not what the scientists are telling us. There's going to be another global pandemic, probably of similar or worse scale. And these are not things that can be managed by individual countries. We're all on one planet, and these viruses do not respect national borders. We need to find a way to recognize that if we want to stop things like COVID-19 or worse happening again, we need to work together. Countries need to work together to reduce those risks. So when I look across all these different factors, I'm reminded of the book Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari. And his basic theory is whoever tells the best stories wins. The history of human ideas, the history of academic study is not the same as human history. Human history is driven by narrative. It's driven by people who come up with stories that appeal to very large numbers of their fellow people, and which pull on their emotions, not ones which have the best facts or the best arguments. And so what strikes me, sort of going back to how Paul concluded, and indeed how Gru Harlem Brundtland concluded, we're in danger of preaching to the converted and talking in abstract terms. We can all feel warm and fuzzy, but I very much agree with Paul that we, finish this this conference and need to go and deal with a very messy world and a lot of people who do not subscribe to some of the ideas we've been talking about today. And the way to get them to subscribe to those ideas is to talk in language that they understand, to find the narratives, the stories, to work through whatever means are available to us, to create a different sense of what's at stake and what's in your personal interests. Because ultimately, although we all have some capacity for altruism, we're all also driven by some selfish concerns, and we need to have narratives that will make people think, yes, this is in my interests. That's not largely the work of the elders. The work of the elders is at the political level to try and persuade leaders that they should take the actions that reflect the fact that we face common challenges and need common global solutions. But those leaders will only change their positions if they feel that their populations have got a different view to the ones that many of them have today. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm particularly looking forward to hearing from some of the members of the audience there in Seoul, particularly perhaps younger ones, because I think we're all conscious that our generation has presided over a decline in planetary consciousness in some ways over the last 10 or 20 years, and we need to find hope and energy from young people to try and turn in a more positive direction over the next few decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Of course, as you said, we cannot conclude our roundtable without listening to young generations. So I'd like to ask anyone from the audience, students.
I really appreciate and great honor with you. 영어로 잘 못해서 한국말로 말씀드리겠습니다. 네.
So, if I may, I would like to ask the question in English. That I would like to thank Professor Zhou for giving this opportunity. I am a fireman during the pandemic with the Seoul metropolitan government, and I was also dispatched to Lebanon as a peacekeeping force on the Republic of Korea side. But I'm now a graduate student at Kyung Hee University, so I'm really honored to ask this question. So about the Havel philosophy and also Chancellor Zhou's philosophy, I was really honored, and that listening to all those stories and how our planet has grown, I think that it went through various cooperation and conflict. But in case of Republic of Korea, I'm also really, it's painful for me to see that Seoul metropolitan area is only growing while the other regions around the Korea is actually dying. So responsibility as intellectual, what is human being, and thinking of the souls. There are different things I can think of about. At our planet, we eat animals, flora and fauna, and I'm thinking if we continue, what kind of future can we have, and what kind of thinking and what kind of life I need to lead. And due to the awareness of the climate, the environmental issues, for the prosperity and other things that's needed. And that was also talked about by many things. I would like to think to that. I felt like I was part of the Dead Poet Society, the movie. And I'm also really a fan of Ichiro Uchida's One Piece. I was also wanted to mention that. Thank you very much.
안녕하세요. 저는 지속가능한 교육자로서 성장하고
Good afternoon. I'm a student and I want to be an educator for SDGs. And so I have a question about university education. I would like to once again thank you for sharing with us your great insight. You earlier mentioned that university is the seed of planetary prosperity as well as the living library. And then for students, what can we do to put those into practice in order to become a planetary citizen? I agree with the importance of education. And so for global education or SDG education are important for me. And what do we have to do at the university level to change our curriculums so that we can become the leaders of planetary prosperity?
Plea by Professor Oreskes for listening.
First of all, thank you to the festival organizer and all the panelists for today's thought-provoking discussions. My question is maybe directly to Dr. Thomas. You mentioned earlier about the intangible realities like monies and numbers that we all can agree that they exist and they are real. However, I believe they are real because they are man-made and we treat them as reality. Therefore, these realities can shift. Today, cash itself is given away to Bitcoin, and soon cash may lose its meaning altogether. So my question is, who really will decide what truth is? If our shared realities can dissolve or be redefined, how can we speak of a planetary consensus when we don't even agree on a single truth on many topics, but live within competing truths?
Final question.
네, 오늘 행성의식이라는 새로운
Planetary consciousness, it's a new concept that I learned today, and I gained also a lot of insights. Since the UN SDG, I think it's time we need to think of new issues and challenges, so it's a really timely topic. But listening to planetary consciousness, you know, in the UN SDG, they keep talking about economic growth. But so can we do this together, planetary conscious and economic growth? Because we've been all talking about caring, interdependency, and, you know, having empathy. In other words, in this planet to live together, you know, how can we coexist, Earth, human being, between those living, non-living, etc.? So can we really do economic growth but still be conscious of the planet? Unless we go one, can we do the other? So can we have the planet consciousness while we are still talking economic growth? So with Earth, with things that are not living, how can we still coexist? So what's your thoughts? I'm very curious. Thank you.
All big questions. First question was about how we can argue we are planetary conscious while still eating, killing animals, living things. And second question was about education. I think Yokoi can answer. And third question is about Havel spirit. The first question is about how we can actually practice caring for other beings on the planet, other than human beings. How can we practice harmony with the nature, harmony with all beings? So now, I failed miserably in managing time. So I like to ask each speaker to choose whichever question you want to answer, but I will give you 1 minute. So who will go first?
Okay. So I take the easiest question because yeah, the non-tangible objects are always man-made. They are a question of reason, and then they're also a question of agreement. I mean, 200 years we didn't even agree that zero exists. It's a modern thing. But we do agree for many years that 1 + 1 is 2. But it did take longer time than one would expect. And of course it's man-made. Well, yeah, this is a big debate, but the symbols that we use for mathematics are for sure man-made, and our currencies are man-made, and our laws are man-made, and this is something that is easier to unify on than the purpose of being, let's say. But the way it worked in Europe is we first started trading with coal and steel. Who would have guessed that this is a path to unity? Then now we're still not trading with services. There we have still a lot to do, as the Draghi report summarized really nicely. Our internal European tariffs, implicit tariffs, are 140% because of bureaucracy between two countries. And these tariffs are also man-made, so they can be deconstructed. So this was the path forward. If Plato or Aristotle will ask me one day in the future, maybe in some heaven, how did you do it in Europe, this peaceful, how did you achieve peace in Europe? Did you get some new philosopher or some new poet or some new scientific discovery? Imagine that you achieve peace all across Asia. You know, this is absurd today. Or all across Americas. Or have a unified Africa. This is the situation in which Europe was, and perhaps even worse, 70, 80 years ago. And then I will answer to Aristotle and Plato. I said, you know, who would have guessed? We, instead of make love not war, which is sort of a Christian hippie simplification, we said, let's make trade not war. And it worked. So far, we have had 75 years of at least peace. Not agreement on everything, but at least we made the first step that we don't want to get rid of each other.
Still, sense of optimism and sense of hope.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Yokoi, you have the floor.
In the capacity of UNESCO chair, I try to answer the question in terms of education, particularly at the university higher education institution. But to institutionalize kind of education for planetary well-being of both humanity and the planet of the Earth. So higher education institution can take concrete steps in the following things. So I have 4 points. Number 1, mentorship program. So connect students with mentors from diverse cultural, ethical, and epistemic backgrounds who exemplify ecological and social leadership. And number 2, curriculum reform. Yes, indeed, embedded narratives and philosophies from underrepresented traditions, especially those that emphasizes interdependence, stewardship, and spiritual well-being. Number 3, leadership inclusion. So diversity leadership and faculty appointments to model planetary ethics and broader institutional value systems. So as Vice President, we should hire a leadership model. This is very important for students. And last one is transformative pedagogies. Adapt teaching approaches that center personal reflection and dialogue across difference and ethical inquiry as pathway to well-being. And I try to answer the last question, kind of growth model and also planetary well-being. But in the human history, actually, we have 3 cycles between kind of economic expansion and steady state process. Actually, 3 times already. Growth, steady state, growth, steady state. And growth, maybe, I'm not so sure, afterward, steady growth. But my point is, steady state process, human being explore something brand new paradigm. So maybe this process might be the steady state, brand new steady state process after expansion growth. So in other words, we need to explore something brand new paradigm, maybe planetary ethics. And lastly, I try to discuss further AI and higher education and youth, because I'm one of the members of Action Group of United Nations Higher Education Sustainability Initiative to discuss further AI and youth. Of course, AI and youth is really, you can imagine, very huge, significant synergy between the two. But if you think about AI, AI has been built from the global north. AI is not culturally neutral. AI might be destroying culture and diversity. So you should care about such a kind of existing AI. I think this AI from global north might be neo-colonialism. So we need to discuss further digital sovereignty and cultural justice. Maybe youth and higher education institutions together explore some local AI, for example, in Africa, for African and by African. So, but anyway, I must stop here. But the youth and AI is also has huge potential, but you should care about digital sovereignty and cultural justice. I must stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yokoi. Now, Dr. Georgi Stavo, you have the floor. 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I try to be as succinct as possible. And I try to answer maybe all the questions within a minute. What to do, how to enact this planetary consciousness. First of all, be authentic, lead by example, do what you can do. You have a very specific skill set. You can start with that. Ask yourself, what lights your fire? What change do you want to see in the world? Start small, but think big. Oneness community, start maybe with that. Do not expect your answers or responsibility from your government or national leaders. Do it yourself. That example is going to reverberate on others, and others going to take lead from that. That is how to become authentic. Talk to the elders. There's a huge amount of wisdom they know. You as a young generation, you have innovative, amazing thinking. Use that. Listen to your heart. Alistair said so many amazing things about language and learning new languages. You don't need to talk the language of those who do not understand the language of the planetary consciousness. Teach that language to these people. And most of all, as I said, yet again, lead by example. Growth, there was a question about economic growth. It is not a quantitative thing, but rather more a qualitative thing. It is not about the financial gain, but more about the impact we have on society and on Earth as a whole. I am responsible for my own karma. I'm not responsible what happens maybe 2,000 miles away from me. However, with my consciousness, I can affect change only through love and compassion from the bottom of my heart. Now, I think hopefully I was fast enough, so back to you, Rector Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, Georgie. Now, Alistair, 1 minute.
Well, thank you. I think I'll just answer the last question and maybe in 10 seconds the first one. I don't think that a belief that economies should continue to grow is incompatible with planetary consciousness. What's incompatible is unsustainable growth, growth which depletes the planet's resources that cannot be restored. The scientific study of the planetary boundaries is moving very quickly, and I think the interplay between the hard sciences and economic science, which the Club of Rome has been involved in, is really, really important. And the best example here, I think, is the ozone layer. So 40 years ago, scientists realized that we were destroying the ozone layer and it was going to have disastrous consequences. And ozone was used in lots of consumer products, fridges, aerosols, etc., etc. The scientists persuaded the politicians that we needed international cooperation to stop the destruction of the ozone layer. The Montreal Protocol was launched, became the first treaty to be signed by every single country in the world, and the ozone layer has gradually recovered. We need similar processes driven by science on the other planetary boundaries, which we are gradually exceeding, including carbon in the atmosphere, what we're doing to the ocean. I think a narrative that says we need to have negative growth is never going to catch on. Politicians will not get elected with that narrative. A narrative that says we need sustainable growth based on the ideas set out by Dr. Brundtland in Our Common Future, I think has significant mileage, and that's the narrative that we need to spread. On the first point about animals, I've been a vegetarian for 36 years. I don't eat animals. I think animals eating other animals is natural. It's what happens across the natural world. What we do, which we should stop, is the factory farming of animals and the mistreatment of animals, which is driving not only health concerns for the human species, but it's going to increase the number of pandemic risks that we see, and it's got a negative impact on the climate. So those are the kind of broader thoughts that I think we need to have to address these kinds of challenges.
Thank you. Thank you, Alistair. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, 60 seconds. And a lot of complexity over here. So I'm not going to try to answer any of the questions, but I do want to point out that the Club of Rome, in its very first study in 1972 called Limits to Growth, already argued that there are thermodynamic limits. And in our 2022 report called Earth for All, our solution was that we need growth, but we don't need the kind of blind growth that we have pursued over the last 70 years, which makes only a few people rich and makes a lot more people poor. We have limited resources. The International Resource Panel put out a report this year saying that even if all the Sustainable Development Goals were implemented, and we know they're not going to be implemented, but even if we believe theoretically that they could be implemented, we don't have resources in the world for 8.6 billion people to live the kind of lives that a few have lived in the past 50 years. So we need to think about shrinking our eco footprint and sharing Earth. Sharing Earth with all. There are 2 billion people I mentioned that are still living in multidimensional poverty, and they need to grow the economies that they survive on. But there are over 2 billion people who are obese, who have misused the resources. They're harming themselves. And then I want to just say a word about vegetarianism. I appreciate Alistair's 36 years. I wish I had the courage to do it. I agree with all the logic. Ecologically, it is bad. Morally, it is wrong. It's cruel to animals. Animal farming should be eliminated. And I urge all the young people to reconsider how much meat is necessary for their own satisfaction. And that's a personal area that you can act on 3 times a day and really make a difference to the world. So thank you very much for this opportunity again to talk to you all.
Thank you. But before we conclude, I have to try maybe most impossible thing to wrap up. But I think we can go away with the 3 takeaways. The first takeaway, I think we all agree on the fact that we are living through complex, multi-level, multi-dimensional crisis. And to cope with it, our response must be comprehensive, universal, and even planetary. And second takeaway is we all agree we have to translate it into reality, which is very challenging. And I think we cannot move from here to there overnight. It should be a journey with very long-term view, but with a sense of urgency. And to do that, I think we all agree, institutions participating today agree that we should form a sort of, as Thomas said, Jedi Council of the willing, able, and free to lead the world to a better path toward a better future for whole humanity. So we will form a kind of Jedi Council coalition with some core group to work as the first step to work on a sort of open letter for future generations to the world. That will be the first step, and also we'll continue our collaboration through cross-participation in each other's activities, and we hope we can invite you all back to next year's Peace Bar Festival, which will mark 45th anniversary of the International Day of Peace. With that, thank you so much. Please give big applause to all speakers.